back, little sis. Welcome back, Kumo. Come heart, excited for the Japan Zatsu and sleep deprivation come Neko arc. Welcome home, lil bug. Come heart, come hug. I promised, come heart. Welcome back, little sis. Come heart. Come peek, come heart. A lil sis. jam, come jam, come jam, come jam, come jam.
Hello, every Hello.
Cutest spider returns. Gritty goose.
Gritty goose. Hello. You wanna hear a secret? I missed you too. Huh? Hi. Hello. Hello, big bro. Hello, big sis. Hi. Goosey gang. They don't know how strong my goosey is. Hi. Hi. Hello.
Welcome
Hi.
back, Kumo.
Kumo. Welcome back, Goober.
30 months on the brown spider's return.
Hi. I missed you. Hello, Wittuber. Did you go through little sister withdrawals? It's okay. It's okay to admit that you did. I'm sure it was pretty difficult. Summer going to Japan is the new dad getting milk. I wish I could have stayed. Eventually I would figure out how to stream, but imagine your dad comes back from getting you milk and you're like, oh dad, you're back from eating milk, and he's like, I wish I could have stayed. I wish I could have stayed at the convenience store. Stayed with all that milk. I have details. I think I might have over-prepared for this stream. I have 11 pages of notes. I did a lot. I brought home good milk from Japan. I'm storing it in my body. You'll have access to it in a few years. I didn't write a thesis, I just wrote a bullet points. Just in case I forgot anything. And also there's some really hard words I had to remember. Unfortunately, you are lactose intolerant. Are lactose intolerant people...
The Spider Queen is back. The long-anticipated return. Being on Team Wahoo paid off. Come heart, come heart, come heart.
Wahoo! 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 What was I talking about? They were hard. Oh! Are people that are soy phobic? Can you not have people milk? And is spider milk different from people milk? Soy phobic, like people who can only have not milk. Spilk? That would be... Spilk is probably okay. Spider milk's very different. I feel like there's enough of there's enough of a body difference that you're probably gonna be fine if you drink some Spilk. It's not sticky. It's rather nice. It's rather nice. Yeah. You'll see. You'll see. Anatomical. Yeah, that word. I'm an have to mute a few times. My throat is kind of itchy. I have a really hot tea that I've been nursing. It just does not have any milk in it. It does not have any milk in it. The spilker. You spilk drinker. Hi. I'm back. Hi. I was a little worried that when I got home, everyone would be not here. I was like, my little brain rot streamer brain was like, you've been gone for more than 10 days. The internet has moved on to greater things, like Chicken Jockey and the whatever streamers debuted this week. You know, all of the new Gen Z Chicken Jockey streamers. I haven't seen the Minecraft movie. Actually, I didn't know anything about it until the day I got back. I got back and I went from... that night, I think I got McDonald's. And I was like, why? Why is there Minecraft everywhere? Trash theaters, I've heard. One of the best parts about going to Japan was all of my social media was in Japanese. So I only understood like a third of it. A third of it. Yeah. I stood. I wish to see it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I want to form my own opinion on it. But I'm kind of scared of going to a movie theater. Where they're throwing popcorn. Did you get a whole luggage full of R18 goodies? I bought so much, I had to buy a new suitcase. And I went with a small suitcase inside of a big suitcase so that I would already have an extra suitcase. I came home with 3 suitcases. So yes, I did buy a lot of books. I didn't buy any like toys. I just bought books. I have like a backlog of toys that we have to go through. You had to ship a whole package on top of bringing 3 suitcases? I figured if I shipped something it'd cost more than bringing a suitcase.
Can't stick around, but welcome back, Kumo.
5! Thank you for 40 months! Holy moly! 40 months. Sorry. Let me cough on you a little bit more. My throat like itches. It feels like there's a dog hair or something in it. I think I need an air purifier. Was your luggage inspected at the airport? No! Actually, I forgot to write about this in my notes. Security took like less than 5 minutes in and out. Kumo coughs in the purest air. I promise you they're not. I promise you they're not. On the way into Japan, they didn't check my bags. And then on the way out of Japan, they also didn't check my bags. And the security guy was really nice. But I was kind of sick, and I put my glasses on the counter, and I accidentally kind of flung them at him. Afterwards, I was like, let me just take my glasses that I threw at you back. And he laughed. It was very nice. I sometimes wear glasses. I wear a combination of contacts and glasses. It depends on how much I have been called Harry Potter because I wear the big round glasses. If I've been called Harry Potter 2 times that month, I tend to not wear them. Besides, my hair is more Hermione anyways. Hold on, I have glasses that look just like... I wear glasses that look like this. Huh? Huh? There we go. Yes. You're a wizard. That's just the black mold speaking. I like them. I think they're cute. I also have some cat eye glasses, but I don't wear those as often. 8K vision because I'm a spotter. Duh. 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 Ugh. Sorry. Yeah. But I feel invigorated. Where are your other eyes then? Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know, Dutch speaker? I'm not telling a... I'm not telling a fake... I'm not telling a fake German speaker where my eyes are. No. I feel... Don't actually, they're like googly eyes, yeah. I'm leaving, okay? Don't let the door... There's a door in Dutch, hold on. I don't remember. Door, it's gonna be something silly. It's gonna be something silly. Deur. Don't let the door... Don't let it hit you on the way out. Isn't that the same as... Hang on. Hang on a second. No, man, I'm good. Your word's funnier than my word. It's fine. Everything's fine. Kumo like Zatsudan. Zatsudan! It's not like Zun. Sorry, I'm still recovering, I guess. I didn't have a cough yesterday, but... I think it's... I honestly, I think it's the dust on the dog hair. English people using perfect Dutch to make fun of German is kind of peak. I'm not English. Do you have some water? I do have water. Please don't bite my ears, they're very sensitive. Please don't. We might be getting a few extra random chatters because I'm a woman and it's Twitch Woman Appreciation Week or something. I'm not biting users! Vulgar accent. I'm about to morb. You don't want to see me. You don't want to see me when I'm morbing. You don't want to see me when I'm. Oh God! I'm about to morb. Ah! Get out of the way! visibly stunned. See, that's when I grab you. That's when I snatch you. Thank you. They're very feminine, aren't they? I'm pretty sure I still have arms. I think I can activate multiple arms. Hold on. That's the spider toggle you always wanted. Anyways. Biblically accurate, Kumo.
Come heart, come you
I'm 20 miles from your location and approaching fast. I kind of feel like I touched grass. And like, it wasn't that bad. I had experiences in the IRL world. And I can like yap about them. It was a little scary. It kind of reminded me back in school. Forever ago. I had a writing teacher who was like, in order to write good stories. Let me lower the pitch on the. Hold on.
In order to write good stories, you have to go out and live life.
I think that was just his way of getting us to like forgive him when he showed up to class hungover, but I think he kind of had a point. He might have had a little point. Now I have stuff to Zatsudan stream about. Oh! Zatsudan! I don't know if you're actually confused. Every time I go to say Zindamon's name, I want to cough. I don't know why. It is not a Vocaloid like Zindamon. It's just a just chatting stream. I met a lot of Conclave fans. And it made me really happy because sometimes I feel like I'm the only female fan of Conclave in the world. But there's others. There's others. They're just across the ocean. They just live many, many miles away from me. Trent? I'm okay. There's dozens of us. There's dozens of us. But yeah, I kind of learned quite a lot of Japanese while I was there. I was a little surprised at how much I was picking up. And now that I'm back, I'm going to lose all of it. I'm joking, I'm gonna try to learn. Oh my god, what is wrong with my throat? I made a friend, so I'm gonna try to talk in Japanese with them. I think if I can get in voice call, that's probably better than texting. Another banger! Are you talking about my cough? Someone just compile all of the coughs from stream and you can do like a little song from it. Yeah, new friends! My editor put together a little vlog like thing. And also I have a lot of pictures to show. I have a lot of pictures to show while I yap. You want to pick me up by the hair buns. That would be very uncomfortable. That'd be very uncomfortable. I have extra sensitive. What is the word? Stem cells? I don't know. When my hair is pulled, it hurts. Hair roots? Yeah, sure.
Kumo,
Scalp.
welcome back.
Thank you. Ugh. At least you didn't say you want to grab me by my ears. That would have been a problem for other reasons. Follicle. Follicle. That's like an oracle, but he only prophesizes follies. He's a follicle. People go to them and they're like, I need to know if I'm gonna do bad on this test. And he's like, I predict. Have you studied, by the way? No. I predict that you are going to fail this test. And they're like, no! That'll be 5 bronze pieces, please. Or a goat. I accept goats as well. Okay, Mom. Oh, I should thank all of the subscribers. I should thank all of the subscribbly doos before we look at pictures together. If you guess the third answer every time, you'd be right 1/4 of the time. What if it's a 6 answer question? What if it's a 6 question? I failed first grade. What if it's a 6 answer question? Yeah, that's what I was trying to get out. Yeah, it's a little. My brain's a little scattered because of my throat. The throat and the brain and the heart and the mouth and the cervix, they're all connected. So, when there's one thing wrong with one of them, the other one starts to not work, you know? Alright, let me read off these names.
Scarred! Oh no! I forgot I had this voice on. Scarred!
Okay, no, it was just my throat being funny. Surface rotors to the neck is in fact it is all connected. Those are words. That was a sentence. Don't believe me. Okay, I'm drinking lots of water. This wouldn't be my first allergic reaction this month. Just so that we're clear. Let me be clear. Scarn! Thank you for 18 months! Mwah? Mwah. Oppo! Thank you for 7 months. Mwah? Mwah. Milkbox. Thank you for 4 months. Mwah? Mwah. Oh no, Melly! Thank you for 36 months at tier 3. That's a lot. Thank you for 33 months. Mwah. Mwah. I better not get cancelled in those 36 months, otherwise she's gonna have spent too much money. Official Spunny, thank you. Why did that sound like I said spunny? That's a different word. Official Spunny, thank you for 7 months. Mwah. 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 Firm, thank you again for 40 months. Mako, thank you for 21 months. Mwah. 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 Trashed Boat, thank you for 30 months. Mwah. 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 The best way to not get cancelled is just don't look at Twitter. Are you suggesting I ignore the haters? Drunken, thank you for 9 months. Mwah. Mwah. Neko Obita, thank you for 6 months. And Savage Ape, 38. Thank you for. I will push through. Thank you for the sub. Mwah. You can have a free cough with that sub. Siwaka, thank you for the sub. Mwah. Mamat, thank you for 8 months. Mwah. 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 Leon, thank you for 34 months. Holy moly, that's almost 3 years. Mwah. 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 Sorry, thank you for... Huh? I'm okay. Thank you for 32 months. Mwah. Mwah. It wasn't a sneeze, it was a cough. I think I might need more water, but I should be okay. This Animal Crossing song sounds very cowboy. They're like ranging, cattle herding, kissing each other before bed. Very cowboy. Just like Johnny Joestar. Green Pants, thank you for 26 months. Mwah. 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 Handtakes, thank you for resubscribe for 6 months at tier 1. Thank you. For 35 months. Mwah. Mwah. Carol, thank you for 14 months. My little fake German speaker. Mwah. Mwah. Flame Bounty, thank you for 21 months. Mwah. 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 Blood Cloud, thank you for 22. So rude. Thank you for 22 months. Mwah. Mwah.
Come heart.
Mirana, thank you for 6 months. Mwah. Mwah. Foxfire Kitsune, thank you for 11. 11. There's definitely something in my throat. I don't feel sick at all. I think it's just a hair. If I just like shove something down my throat just to itch the back of my throat, would that be... Is that allowed? I have something that fits in there. Hold on, I have a cough. Okay, I'm good. Thank you for 11 months. Mwah. Sabaclass, thank you for 31 months. Mwah. Mwah. And Potato with evil intentions, even though it was 8 hours ago. Thank you for 4 months. Mwah. Okay, I think that's... Sweaty Socks, 1996. Thank you so much for 7 months. I think that's everyone. I should refill my water and maybe make some more tea. That seems like a good idea. Welcome back, Kumo. First stream I watched. You just went on a trip. Ah! Make some advanced GGT. I do have some advanced GG with my face on it that I haven't tried yet. I have green tea and peppermint tea and some lemon love tea. I think I'm gonna make some lemon love tea. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make tea. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Don't go anywhere. I have pictures that I've collected for you, okay? I'll be right back. I forgot that guy was there. Oh well. and I got a cough drop, but it's lime flavored. I was kind of addicted to these while I was away. Welcome back. I got water and my roommate's making me a tea. My fresh brewed lemon. Huh? What? My freshly. Wow, this is really the Animal Crossing cowboy playlist, isn't it? No, I like the first few songs. Oh, my golden passion! Okay, that's what you meant. That's what you meant. I missed a RuneScape. Is there a new RuneScape? Huh? Was your airfare to Japan a lot? It wasn't a lot. And then I had to buy a third ticket. So it was kind of a lot. A RuneScape background music. This is. It says Animal Crossing music. Oh, there's a Yoshi song stuck in that got put in here too. And a Layton song. This person just lied! This isn't an Animal Crossing music list! And they snuck several in there. Speaking of Layton, I really want to play more Phoenix Wright. They're being a little sneaky. Who would go on the internet and lie to people? I don't know, probably a bad person. Yeah, I want to play with Itchy. So, right before my flight, like an hour before my flight, really. C2 announced the Conclave Curry restaurant was going to be open on April 1st. The day after I was set to leave. So, as any normal, sane person would do, I entered the ticket raffle anyways. I had 2 friends enter the ticket raffle. And I knew if I ended up winning, I'd have to buy a new ticket home. If I wanted to go. Save that information for later. Just pocket that for now. It's gonna come in handy later. But so you win. No spoilers. No spoilers. This is good. This is good storytelling. Just pretend that I said it a little more smoothly. The flight wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I've been on some really scary, really long flights, and this one was really easy. I don't know if it was because it was a Japanese airline or what, but they were all really chill. And I watched Golden Convoy, the movie version, not the show. I've already watched the show, the movie version. It was really good. They cut a lot of stuff out, but they have to fit a whole arc into a movie. But I landed on Tuesday, March 25th. And this was my first time meeting Ichigo in person. I was a little worried because, like, there's like internet stories where like a Discord friend server meets up and they all just like hate each other. It's like they'll link a TikTok and it's like the Discord friend group met up for the first time and turns out none of us get along in person. I was so scared. I was like, what if she hates me? I love Ichi. She had pretty nails. We had matching pretty nails. Ichi was amazing. Here, let me. I'm gonna pull up the. I'm going to pull up my slideshow. Look, that's me. How could anyone hate you? You're right! No, when you're like meeting someone for the first time and you're like, oh god, I hope we get along. I think I was just anxious. The Kumo is at the airport! Yeah, this was before I got on my flight. I had to be really, like, I had to listen really carefully because they were obviously calling out everything in Japanese. And I was like, trying to listen twice because I didn't get what they said the first time. The plane! I went on the plane. When I got there, hold on, I'm gonna have a version of the slideshow up that's like 1 or 2 ahead. So that way I know what's coming up. That feels like a smart thing to do. Okay. Okay. When I landed, it was really late. I left like on Monday during the daytime, like in the morning. And then I didn't arrive until Tuesday night there. It took a long time. And also I had just gotten back from CarrierCon. So I had already been like traveling for 48 hours. But when I got there, Ichigo picked me up. And we went to a curry place called Coco. I think it's Coco Ichiban. I think it's just like a what is it when it's a series of restaurants? A brand restaurant? One of those? I felt stinky, I'm gonna be honest. I did feel a little stinky. Ichiban! Yeah. It was yummy. Their curry is like, they have like 10 levels of spice, and I love spicy food. But I couldn't really stand past like the second level. They have some around America? I need to go. It was good. I ate here like several times. And afterwards, I had my first strong zero. It was delicious. It was so yummy. It kind of reminded me of a Radler, like a half beer, half lemonade. It was very yummy. It was very worth it. It's really cheap. Yeah, it was really good. It was really good. I ended up liking it a lot. There is more to that story later. I didn't overdo it this night. This night I only had like the half can. This is a half can. They normally come in tall boys. But I like that word, tall boy. Tall boy. I did. There was a night where, when I tell you I have never been more drunk in the last few years, I entirely blame Ichi for it. How do you do things with those nails? Pretty easily. They only break ever so often. You kind of have to learn how to do stuff with your palms and the bottoms, like the pads of your fingers. But anyways, we collapsed in the bed afterwards because Ichi also had a long day. Your contour just popped. Yeah, I have girls back from expedition, I think. Pads? For a second, I thought you meant, like, the feminine product, but yes, you're like your finger pads, you know? Like where your thumbprint is and your fingerprints. You don't blame Ichi, you give Ichi credit for it. We'll get there. We'll get there. I entirely blame her for that night. As opposed to your paw pads. I think spiders have pads. I don't think I'd say spiders have paws. Yeah. But. The next day, I dragged Ichi into Akihabara. They have pedipalps. You have to learn how to do stuff with your pedipalps. Yeah. We visited, basically, I think the second day, we just did a lot of, I did a lot of shopping. Yeah, I went straight to Weeb Town. Visited, a lot of shops. Like Anime and Radio Tower Kaikon. There is a Conclave poster behind that woman. She was in my way. And we visited some smaller stores too. Oh, wait! We also went to Melon Books for the first time. Neither of us had ever been to Melon Books before. We both bought books from Melon Books, but we'd never been to Melon Books. It was really cool. We were kind of the only girls in there at the time. Except for like one of the workers. But it was cool. There was an American guy that whenever I walked past him, he would like peer into my basket of dozen. No, they have physical locations. It's really cool. All of the dozen are like on shelves and there's a display copy in front of them. So you can kind of flip through it before you buy it. He was totally judging me. I don't think it was like a bad judging. He was just like, oh. Considering what was in my basket. But everyone else kept to themselves and was very polite, except for this American guy that was like snooping in my basket. He's looking for suggestions. No. What she's having. He doesn't want what I'm having. It was quiet, but it wasn't as quiet as like there was a Biao store that we went to later on, and it was pretty quiet when we went in there until some like schoolgirls came in. Melon Books is kind of like people come in and get what they want and then leave. There are like 2 people browsing, but like I think I browsed for a little bit too. It was cool though. They had like a safer work section in the corner that was really small, but it had a lot of Conclave stuff. So I was pretty happy. They also had magazines and like normal manga and CDs, and then they had NSFW Dojin, which was like the majority of the store, I'm gonna be honest with you. I picked up, I can't show you a picture, but I picked up like maybe around 38 dojins and like 5 magazines. I think that visit to Mountainbucks, there was more than one visit to Mountainbucks. Are any of them in English? Yes! Tiny Evil came in English. I got the English version of Tiny Evil. That's one of Muck's works. And then, on top of Mountainbucks, there was an arcade, and this is where these pictures are from. And in the arcade, there was a Conclay machine! They had Conclay Arcade! I was very happy. But I didn't bring my cards with me that day. So, I kind of only played the tutorial. I had a really, really fun time. The beginning and end of Kumo's budget. No, it wasn't that expensive. It was like, I think it wasn't horrible. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. My first visit to Mountainbucks. How many times did you play in total? I played, I think I only played twice for the tutorial time, but then I came back and visited again. I have some footage, some gameplay footage of it. And actually, my editor put together a little video. Would you like to see it? I think it's kind of long. Yay! You guys can hear it, right? I don't want to like walk around like recording because of all of the incidents with like foreigners. But I recorded some stuff. Like, you got this, Ichi doing really, really bad. So deep. Like really bad. But yeah, I did record a little bit while I was walking. Usually when there was no one else around so that no one would judge me. I think there's like certain places that it's probably okay to record. Like Shibuya, I feel like you could probably record, but still, I wouldn't want to like record and then not blur people's faces, and that's a lot of work, so... I felt like it was okay to like have the night shots because everyone had on masks and it was hard to see them anyways. Kaka! Hi! I had a lot of fun! Hi. Oh, this is a shrine that I went to. It was really cool. I will tell you about in just a moment. Okay, wait! Not me, just... I told him to cut that part! This was one of the nights where I had a lot to drink, and I saw the street here, and it looked so shiny, and I was like, wow, this street is so shiny, I'm gonna record this street! In my defense, it is very shiny, and I was quite into the drinking by that point. Okay? In my defense, It was very shiny. I'm like... I took after her. I took after my moth. I saw something shiny and it pulled me in. I was at the Umineko Cafe. I'll talk about that too. I'll talk about all of this stuff, I promise. And I also ended up visiting Gunma because I wanted to visit the J18 office, which is there. And they have this really big building. And I rode to the 32nd floor so I could get a big view like this. Mm-hmm.
We wish you a pleasant journey.
Yeah. I don't take too much video other than like this isn't a spot to take a lot of video. This is the shrine that I wanted to go to. There were no spider webs there. I was quite surprised actually. You're reminded that you actually played through. You need to play through me now. Yes. Yes, you do. I think this shrine was probably my favorite experience there. Would you ever visit China? There's spots in China that I really would like to go to. I don't know if it's possible for me to go to China. You didn't get haunted by a ghost there. No, but something really weird happened at this shrine. Like, really weird. You once climbed to the top floor of the Gunma Prefectural Office? The top floor or the 32nd floor? Congrats for not doing pull-ups on the Torii gates. You would have permission to execute me. You'd have permission to execute me. Hi, Louie. Hi. I think the next part is in Yokosuka. The next part after that. Yeah, just like that. I remember my tea, thank God. Yeah! Okay, I'll save this part. I'm gonna hide that real quick. This tea's very hot. Hold on. Very hot tea. Anyways. I do have gameplay of this. I will reach to show you. Cause I didn't really play that long this part. This part of the trip. The moment you go to Japan and go to a mountain shrine like that, you'll be accosted by an Inari. I made a deal with the Inari at that shrine, so we'll have to talk about that. There was a lot of stuff. I'm just gonna keep talking, okay? We'll get to that. At Radio KaiCon, there was a bunch of Conclave merch, and I was kind of like, this is more Conclave merch than I've seen in one place in my entire life. It was a lot of Conclave stuff. I'm used to seeing Conclave stuff, and since it's Conclave stuff, I just like get excited and buy it. But I actually had to like hold myself back and decide what I was getting. Cause there was a lot. I got kind of an expensive acrylic stand. It was expensive enough that they had to keep it in this glass box. I don't know if there's a picture of her in this slideshow. She cost somewhere in 3 digits. US dollars. I know Yozo's gonna judge me for that. It wasn't 200, okay? It was not more than $200. It's the only merch that has ever had this specific drawing of Shimakaze. And it is not in the game. It's the only official merch that has it. And it goes for $2,000 on auction. So, I don't even have the green skies. I was like, okay, time to eat Koko Ichiban for the rest of my trip. Time to mooch off others and eat fast food. It was a really cute Shimakaze. Hold on, I'll pull it up so you can see. Okay. Listen. I'm gonna move that lady to the side. Listen. She's worth it to me. She's worth it to me. I love when Shimakaze is clothed. I love when she's wearing clothes, because then the normies don't know who it is. I was telling a friend the other day, I was like, I like the Konkoi stories that actually have parts of Shimakaze's personality in them. You know, her personality being wanting to go fast. A lot of the stories just write her as like a whore. I'm like, she is not that. She's not! She just wears really minimal clothing so that she can go at an optimum speed. She's smarter than you. One of her lines is something about not going fast enough. Yes, she's Sonic. She would go along with Sonic, I fear. There's also torpedoes on her kimono, which I thought was really cool. She's Japanese Sonic. Anyways. Now you can judge me. Now you've seen what it is. You can judge me now. Don't tell Kumo Sonic's Japanese. Don't tell Japan that. He's not very popular over there. You've spent more on VTuber merch, so this is fair. It was secondhand and really hard to find. Also, I definitely came back for that little green sweatshirt at the bottom of that glass case. I returned to this aisle multiple times. Multiple occasions. Can you blame me? Can you blame me? Anyways. Afterwards, you know what's funny? I think Konkoi Arcade is developed by Sega. They probably did more with Shimakaze than they did Sonic. Anyways, afterwards, Ichi took me to her favorite ramen place. And it was very, 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 very yummy. It was like a traditional place where you had to wait for them to open the sliding door and let you in. And a lot of the seating, there's a room where you have to sit on the floor. And it was really, really yummy. I think it's the best ramen I've ever had. This is the place where I was on call with her once. And she was like, my tummy hurts. I can't finish my ramen, but I'm sitting right in front of the chef. And I was like, okay, just leave. And she was like, no, I can't do that. It's rude. So, she waited until the chef wasn't looking and then she snuck out. But she did not tell me. She didn't tell me because I went to use the bathroom when we left that they open the door when you leave as well. So I went to leave the establishment all on my own because Ichi was like, I'll wait for you outside. And I go for the door and I open the door myself and I see the waitress running towards me. I'm like, oh, what do I do? What do I do? So I closed the sliding door and then I just bowed. And Ichi was like, what are you doing? It was so embarrassing. I couldn't sleep for 3 hours. I was just laying on my bed, just staring at the ceiling, thinking about how I I opened the door. It was supposed to be open for me. And the waitress didn't know what to do, and I didn't know what to do, so I just bowed, and then she bowed back. But it was on the other side of the closed sliding door now. And there were other people waiting to be seated, so they watched me do that. I can never go back. I'm never returning again. Now, both of us have insulted this restaurant. This is like saying I love you to the cashier. I can never show my face there again. The worst part is, she could have warned me. She was like, I wasn't thinking about it. She didn't warn me, so how was I supposed to know? Pain. You think she set me up? You're entering fall down mode. I don't know what that is, but I hope it goes well. Wear a mask and pretend to be a potato? Maybe next time it'll be a different waitress working there. Is it true that a trip to Japan is never long enough? I think that's true. But that was day 2. We went to Weeb Central and I embarrassed myself at a ramen restaurant. The next day, I woke up at the bright crack of dawn to go to a shrine. And on my way there, as I was running down the stairs to catch a train, I saw Moomin posters. So I tried to get a quick picture. This is the best I could do. I have 5 blurry photos. But there was a Moomin poster and it made me happy. Moomin is a lot more popular than I thought. So is Tom and Jerry. Right, you can kind of make it out. I was still adjusting to using the trains, so I was running late, but they're a lot more similar to they're a lot more similar to back home than they are in the US. Hi, Gandhi! Hi. But I woke up really early, so there wasn't really anyone in the station, and I traveled. Oh, it's another blurry photo of Moomin. I traveled to a Sakura shrine. The Sakura Jingu shrine. Is it true that your phone makes a noise when you're in Japan? If your phone is on silent mode, yeah. Which actually, Remind me. Remind me when I. Hold on, I have to cough. Yeah, if your phone isn't on silent mode and you take a picture, it makes a noise. I think you can still take a photo on silent mode, but I'm not sure if it's allowed. I think there's like a law or something. I know iPhones do it automatically. On the train to Saitama. It was very crowded. That wasn't when I was traveling to this shrine, but it's later on. And someone did try to take a photo up my skirt, so... It was, weird. Yeah. It was weird. I don't know, some guy. I was standing in front of him and it was really crowded and he was sitting and I looked down and his phone's recording camera was on. Like he had it facing upwards and it was in his hands, and when I looked down I could see his flash was on. Mad Lad tried to use his flashlight on his phone while he was trying to record it up my skirt. Yeah, I had a I guess it was a real experience. What underwear were you wearing? I was wearing bike shorts! It didn't really bother me. I was just kind of like, okay, weirdo. After it happened, my stop was next anyway, so I just like left. I don't think he got a good shot either. He was using his like light, so... Yeah. What's the color today? I don't think I can tell you on this website. But this is the first shrine that I visited. And I went alone, so I didn't really know what to do. I had to like Google everything. I Googled everything and then I wasn't sure. So I just stood here and watched a bunch of people go up to the shrine and pray first. I was a little out of my element, but it was really worth it. There were these, I think it's that girl with the purple bag up there. There were these schoolgirls that walked up, and when they prayed, you're supposed to like clap 3 times. They clapped so loud. They had to make sure that the kami were awake, so they really clapped, I guess. Everyone else was just like patchy patchy, and they're like smack. I was impressed. But there weren't. Hold on, I have to cough again. I think it was the week before Golden Week, so I think they all had exams. That's probably what they were praying about. But there weren't as many people here as I thought, and the trees were all in bloom, so I think I was really lucky to go when I went. These are all fortunes that were tied to the tree, I think. I made a prayer, and then I bought omamori, little talismans, and I bought a Goshincho, which is a Japanese pilgrimage stamp book, which I waited in line to get stamped with the temple's unique Goshin, which are like temple and shrine stamps and calligraphy. There's a lot of people in Japan and also foreigners that collect them. And they're kind of like a stamp. They're kind of like proof that you've visited the temple and shrine. I didn't take a picture of the stamp that I got, but it was really pretty. They did the calligraphy right in front of me. Were you able to get your stuff by... Yeah, I got my stuff from Michi. I did. They do! They overlay the stamps and the calligraphy. It's really cool. Yeah, I'll take a picture of it. You can kind of see it behind Shimakaze. It's that pretty, like, tan book with the sakura on it. Did you go to any haunted places? There's one place that felt spooky, but I don't think it was... Well, it might have been haunted. It might have been haunted. There was a temple I went to that was a lot more scary than all of the other temples. Yeah. But after I visited the shrine, since I went so early, it was still like, I still had a lot of time in the day. So I decided to go all the way across Tokyo so that I could visit one of the spots I was really excited about. It's really pretty. Yeah, this temple is very pretty. The shrine is actually, this building is the shrine, and then to like the left of it, there was a temple. But in front of the temple, there's like a kindergarten, so you're not allowed to take photos. It was cute though. They were all playing on the playground right next to the temple, and they had their little yellow hats on. It was adorable. It was so cute. Yeah, Fumo! She came along. She came along. Sorry, I keep having to clear my throat. I don't know why. But as I was leaving, it kind of got a little bit more crowded, so I set off towards, I think it's Shinagawa City. It's basically the opposite side of Tokyo from where I was, so that I could see Soya, the Antarctic research ship. I kind of got lost on my way there, since I was still getting used to the train stations, and Shibuya Station is really confusing. I got lost twice in Shibuya Station while I was there. But when I got lost this first time and was roaming around, I happened to just walk into a JoJo pop-up, like, store? There was no one there. Like, no one was buying stuff from it. It was just like, they either just opened, or maybe they didn't open for a while, or maybe people didn't know where they were because Shibuya Station's so confusing. But I got my roommate some stuff because she really, really likes JoJo. That's one of our shared interests. These things, they were apparently in a blind box. But I didn't know that because I didn't read. And so I was like, can I have Josuke and I think Joseph? And they were all, like, all of the staff were helping. Just me. Because I was the only person there. But none of them spoke English. So they were like, hang on. And they were all like awkwardly trying to figure out how to tell me something. And then they brought out like the blind bag of it. And I was like, oh! They're blind box. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'll buy two. I'll buy two. It's fine. Japanese people often get lost at Shibuya Station. Maybe that's why no one was at the pop-up. That might be why. That's the place where The World Ends With You 2 takes place. I think that's also where JJK takes place and like hundreds of other things, but yeah. Do you even like JoJo? I think it's alright. I like JoJo a lot. My favorite JoJo is probably... It used to be Jotaro, but I think it's the new JoJo. That's crazy. It's Crazy Bizarre Town. My favorite JoJo character, though, is Whole Horse. I love him. I love my loser little cowboy gunslinger. You like Josuke and Okuyasu? My roommate ships Josuke and Okuyasu, and she asked me to try to find BL of them, but it was all Josuke and Rohan. Not a single drop of Josuke x Okuyasu in the entire district. Whole Horse is my favorite. My favorite stand, though, is definitely Star Platinum. I had to travel, like I said, across Tokyo to get to Soya. And on my way there, in Shinagawa City, it was a bit of a walk to the docks, but it was really, really nice outside. And there was a park nearby that I could cut through that had one of the big Gundam statues. So, I took some pictures on my way there. I'm looking forward to it too! I really like Jiro. Get in the Gundam! I did bring a real camera with me, but I didn't use it the entire trip. I don't know why I brought it. I kept being like, oh, this is too bulky, this is too big, I'm not gonna bring it with me. I don't want to look like the tourist foreigner that's gonna like cause problems. So I just used my phone when no one was looking around. Fumo! She looks pretty cute, right? She looks pretty cute, right? Kumo under the tree. The Gundam! It looks kind of small in this picture, but it's really big. When I was standing under it, I was like, holy moly. He's kind of big. The gardens also had a bunch of like tulips and stuff. Oh! And there was a spider apparently. There was apparently a very dangerous spider that was seen in the park a few years ago. It was also here that I realized that most people carry their own towels with them to dry their hands in the bathroom. As I walked out of the bathroom with sopping wet hands. Yeah, they were like, have you seen the spider? If you've seen it, run! Notice. Oh, what does this say? Hold on. I'm gonna read it for you. The redback spider was found in the park. The redback spider was found in this park, designated in the specific alien species in October 10th, 2018, around 10:30 a.m. We searched in that area and its surrounding, but didn't find another one. In case you find the redback spider, do not touch it, and please contact the following park management office. I did not find the redback spider. I did look for it a little bit. 2018, a few years ago. 7 years, he could still be out there. He's a dangerous little guy. You have to be aware, just in case. I made it to Soya! He's a friend of mine, he got lost traveling, yes. This was right on the other side of the park, pretty much. I think most of my pictures are... I think like 60% of my photos I took while on Soya. I deleted a lot of them because there are like these glass barriers between the halls that you're allowed to walk and the rooms. So you couldn't really get a photo without catching a reflection. She was also way bigger than I expected. Like, way bigger. She's kind of big. I thought she'd be like half that size, maybe. But no. The lady at the ticket post, there's like a little ticket post, that white building on the brick. She told me that the museum was free entry and that they just take donations. So as I was doing that, she was asking about my outfit and why I was there, and I was like, oh, I play a game called Contact Collection. And she was like, oh, I know that. And I was like, ah, that's so cool. No one here would have known, especially not an old lady who does not play video games. But after that, she asked for a picture of my nails. We were speaking in Japanese before that, but then suddenly she broke into English and was like, may I please take a photo of your nails? Yeah, it made me happy. She could be a hardcore Conclave player, you never know. Yeah. The lady was really nice though. It was like literally just me and 3 other people on the boat. So, I took my time and took a lot of photos. And I looked at everything. Anywhere they would let me be, I explored. I didn't use the VR headset though. Just because I was kind of worried about getting sick from germs. I'd been traveling a lot, so... Kumo! Was it all you dreamed of? It was really, really cool. It was really cool. I went alone, so I was just kind of like oohing and ahhing by myself. The lady was like, you came out here all alone? And I was like, yes. I wanted to see the boat. It's like, yeah, there's a VR headset that's like a helicopter experience or something. It's like an Antarctic VR thing. But I don't know, I was already really worried about getting sick. So I didn't end up doing it. I know I'm in that picture. There wasn't English on this plaque, so I wasn't exactly sure whose, I wanted to say rudder, but it's a propeller. Whose propeller this was? I think it might be one of Soya's older propellers, but I'm not sure. It was really cool. I took, like I said, I took a lot of photos. Like, way more than was necessary. My phone actually started to overheat, and it was like, can't take photos. Phone too hot. So I pulled out my iPad from my backpack, and I started taking photos on my iPad. But they're not as good photos, so I'm not going to show you those ones. I must have looked crazy to like the other 2 people that were there. But I had a lot of fun. They had penguin statues. She worked in World War II, and then she had a brief stint as like a lighthouse resupply ship, and then she became an Antarctic research ship. So she did a lot of stuff. What's the weather? The weather was really warm on these days, but then it had started to rain like I think the day afterwards, and it got really, really cold. Most of the displays and stuff here were fully in Japanese, so I had a little bit of trouble with reading them. I took a picture on this wheel behind the steering wheel, but I didn't include it. This is on her helicopter deck, which was, when I was looking at her, it felt like that's kind of small. But when you're on the helicopter deck, it's really, really big. It's like, I think it's about the size of a full-length basketball court. It felt really big. Even if it's average sized, it felt really big. For a ship of her size, it felt huge. But yeah, I wanted to stay so long, but I was like, I'm hungry. So I headed back to where the Gundam was because there was a mall there. In the mall there was a food court. See the tulips! There were a lot of people taking pictures of tulips there. Like a lot of people. But I guess the mall was called like Diversity Tokyo Plaza, and I got like I got yummy fast food udon. And for fast food udon, it was really good. Vivi loves tulips. I see. It was yummy. And I just like ate it in the crowded food court, which was kind of wild because a bunch of school kids had just gotten out of class or something, and they were all in like their sports tracksuits and like hanging out. Afterwards, I explored the mall. It wasn't dead like most American malls in the US. All of the malls are just empty, and all of the shops are either closing or already out of business for many years. But all of the shops were really lively, and there were like people walking around and hanging out, and it was really big and really crowded. And on the top floors, they had a round one, and from the 2 floors below it, you could hear the people on the top floors at round one. It was just really, really active and really, really cool. There was also a really familiar smell that I smelled on, I think it was the 2nd floor. It kind of smelled like a coffee, that they used to brew at a place back home, so it was weird. I had a lot of fun just kind of exploring. I stopped by, this is the Slovenian family store, because Maring also likes Slovenian families. And I got her another gift, because she was pretty sad that she couldn't come along. They're cute! Afterwards, I went and played some Conclay. She was like, let's meet up for dinner and stuff. And I was like, okay, how long is that gonna take? And she was like, I don't know, 2 hours. So, I played Conclay. I had my cards this time, so I did take a lot of footage. So, I can show you guys that footage. I just need to run to the bathroom real quick. Does that sound like a deal? Yeah? Hi! I'm gonna get more water too because my throat is so scratchy. It's not scratchy in like a painful way, it's scratchy in like I really want to cough so that it stops itching kind of way. I'll be right back! Oh, you've been here? Yeah, they have a Gundam store. There wasn't a Moomin pop-up while I was there, but they had a bunch of like department stores. I look around the clothing stores a lot, but I wasn't really satisfied with the department stores had. I did buy some really cute socks though. I'm wearing them right now. They have frills at the top of them. Welcome back, everyone! Sorry, I was just talking to someone that was in chat. Welcome back, welcome back. There was a Minecraft store, not when I was there. Here, I'm gonna pull up. Let's see here. I think the footage I took at Soya is mixed in with the Yoka footage I took. So we're gonna be watching both. And then some Conclave gameplay. Here we go. went to an Umineko cafe. We haven't talked about it yet, so stay tuned. See, she was really big. Vensaha-chan! This is in Yokusuka Naval District. That's where Mikasa is. That's Mikasa. She's a free dreadnought battle. She was way bigger than I thought she was. I guess all of the boats I visited were just larger than I thought they would gonna be. Yeah, she was really, really big. I took a lot of photos of her as well. She took part in the Russo-Japanese War, and she basically sank the entirety of the Russian Army. The arcade game plays really kind of different kinds of war. It's super, super cool. Oh, it sends out cards. And that thing like raffle, you put your cards in there.
You can probably touchscreen it.
Way louder than me. How's that? Is that better? I remember there was a lot of background sound. This is me playing the tutorial. I have no idea what I was doing. There's definitely a reflection in the screen, but because I was holding my camera with one hand, it blocks my face. Don't worry. Tommy! Hi! It is super cool. My editor wrote like a bunch of notes about it. It was sweet. He typed them away from Aw! You like my nails? Yeah, you can see the little cards in between. This is when I was playing the tutorial. I continued with you. You didn't know that they just ski on the water? Yeah, that's how they move. I took a lot of gameplay footage, but we ended up cutting out like 70%. I was kind of shaky. It's best to play the game with two hands, but I was holding my camera. I was holding my phone with one hand and only playing with the other. I feel like I should have bought like a tripod or maybe like use camera classes. Next time I'll do that. I think YouTube has some camera classes. Tommy, it's okay. I'm happy to see you. Yeah, it's cool. You have to kind of position yourself and then it declares, depending on which way you're facing them, what you're I didn't know yet. Like green tea, red tea, parallel, those engagements. The engagements are kind of for us businesses. I did not know that my editor did this. Oh, it said cut it down. I guess he just did this. Oh yeah, one day I hope I can go on one of these arcade machines. It was really cool. It was really fun. I know there's people that have them and they post their own servers somehow. Oh. Oh, my wife's there! I think I told Suzuki like 4 times. Yeah, I told Bucky a lot. This is when I remembered to bring my cards! That's my why.
まあそう呼ばれてたんだけど、なんだかそうだね。
That's my
少し
life!
照れるな。
Oh my god, they made... There's a fan cam. I had them make a fan cam. I won't apologize. I'm not apologizing! I love Tashkent. My other wife!
信頼できるという意味を学んだ。
It was very fun. All of the girls have 3D models.
やっぱりそうよね。
It was
だって早いもん。
it was photography. It was amazing. It was so much fun. I feel like I could have just sat on the arcade machine for my entire trip and just been filled.
いい感じだにゃ。
Yeah, they're really fun. And all of the girls have like special attacks like this one. I also kind of was getting kind of on. There's like a timing part of in surface combat when you fire your main cannons. There's like a timing part where you have to hit the button at the right time. And for the first like 80% of me playing, I sucked at the timing and I just kept missing. Another Bucky! I have no idea. I still don't know what that kanji on the right
大
does.
丈夫か。司令官。作戦命令。
So cool! It's so cool. I would pay to just play this on PS5. Like without cards, I'd just be like, yeah, that's fine. I'll just play it without the cards. Like, it's so fun. It does need more hand cam. I was telling my editor if I had gotten more footage of Shinokaze, there was a certain song that would work perfectly. Me too, it was really, really loud. There was like 2 rows away from the Bomber Girl machines. And they were kind of loud, but I didn't get to play the Bomber Girl machine. It was already time to go and I was... That was hot chocolate. I killed! Kill! I already had to go meet up with Ichi, before I could play Bomber Girl. You could not drag me off of the Conclay arcade machine cabinet to go play Bomber Girl anyways. I'm gonna be honest with you. That seat was my home. That seat was my home. It had all of my wives. I know of 2 different people that I could buy one from. It's just that it's several $1,000s. So, not anytime soon, I fear. Yeah, it's super cool. Life goal. Yeah, there's like a closed secret group that I am aware of. That I'm inside of that I could buy one from. Legally, of course. Legally, of course. To find several, 2. 2, and I can't give you details on either of them. you mean define several thousand? I think the last time I checked it was like... Hold on, let me check. Where is it? I don't see it right now. I have my connections up, but I can't. Oh, okay, here we go. 13,000 yen. Wow, that's really cheap. Oh, that was the base price. I don't know what it sold for. This was at auction, so it probably sold for a lot more than that. Yeah, I don't know. Bambi! Hello! Welcome, readers! Hi, readers! Hello! Oh! Hello, readers. I'm sorry. You are doing ASMR. I'm very sorry. I'll be a little bit quieter. Sorry. How are you? Welcome in, readers. My name is Kumogaki Model. I'm a spider cryptid and I live in the Mojave, but also I'm your little sister. Hi. Hi. Oh, here we go. I know where to search. Hold on. It looks like there might have not been one sold for a little while. I remember I was looking like a year and a half ago and there were two that were available. Oh, here we go. Control find. Conclay Arcade. 1500. Very basic support. No card stock available. I have card stock. I have card stock. I bought it for one day. The goal of owning one of these. Looks like there's one for 1500. But that's not including shipping. You have to have it shipped to you, and that is several $100s on top of that. We were just looking at Conclay Arcade machines, and I mentioned I want to own one day. Imagine having a working Conclay cabinet that's just one to play. Yeah! Wouldn't that be awesome? I'd have to figure out how to get a server working, but yeah. One day. It's cheaper than I thought it was. I thought it was like 3,000. If you got that, I assumed that'd be the last we'd see of you. No, you'd see me all the time. I'd be streaming it. I'd be streaming it on twitch.tv and you could come watch me. Yeah, you'd never see me leave my house, that's for sure. Thank you so much for the raid, Bambi. Shift moved setup. Once it's working, she's never leaving. Especially since she has an air fryer now. Can I admit something new? I still haven't used the air fryer yet, and I'm starting to feel guilty. I want to make fried pickles with it though, so I just need some the stuff that you put fried things in. What is it called? It's not batter. It's like the stuff that makes it crispy. I need to buy some, but I'm not sure where you buy it from. Maybe I'll just order it from Amazon. That way I don't have to go out of the house. No, not the way. No, it's like breading. Yeah, breading. Breading. Yeah. But after playing Conclave for a while, I met up with Ichi and went to a really, really yummy yakiniku place. The food was really, really good. It was amazing. It was amazing. Ichi was like, I'm not gonna buy the expensive meats. And then Ichi was like, okay, I'm gonna buy the expensive meats, but not a lot. It was really good. They also had... This was the night. They also had unlimited lemon sours. So... Ichi had 3 lemon sours. And I had... like 6. So we got properly messed up. And then we walked to Don Quixote because I was cold and I was whiny. We drunkenly stumbled to Don Quixote, which is a little bit of adventure. I was cold, so I wanted a jacket, and it might have been because I was a little wasted at the time. But Don Quixote is not everything everyone made it out to be. It was just a Japanese Walmart. I was not impressed at all. But to be fair, I was also 6 lemon sours in. I think I drank more than my body weight. Done. After I bought like a pink tracksuit. I like put the track jacket on. It was cute. And then afterwards I realized it was literally the Bochi tracksuit. That's what Bochi's tracksuit was based off of. The pink tracksuit from Don Quixote. I didn't even realize it until I got home. We visited Baskin Robbins while completely drunk out of our minds with 5 minutes until they closed. Baskin Robbins is so much better in Japan, oh my god. They call it 31, and it is way better. That might have been the lemon sours talking, but also it was really, really delicious. Look it. It was so yummy. And they had a little seating area, and we sat down at the top of the seating area. And as soon as we sat down, one of the workers came up and was like, we're closing. So we're like, okay. We'll leave. And then we wandered. And I was like, you know what would be really crazy right now? Is if we bought Strong Zero. So then we both had a Strong Zero. And we started to walk home because we felt like we were on top of the world. And all of the sakura were really pretty. And the cherry blossoms were out. And I had a jacket. So we started to walk home with our Strong Zeros. And halfway there, we ran out of Strong Zero. Right about here, I think. And we bought more alcohol! This one has, like, it has a lemon inside of it. Ichi was so excited to show me. She was like, look, 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 look. And then she opened them up, and there was a lemon in there. At this point, I almost threw up once. But I didn't. I held it in. Because Ichi said, you better not throw up, because then I'll throw up. So we held it in. And we continued our walk. I have like 30 really blurry photos from this night when we were walking home. This was the last one I took. That is somewhat comprehensible. I don't know why I was taking so many pictures. It was probably the alcohol. But yeah, I had 6 lemon sours and a strong zero, and then a drink with an actual lemon in it. Lots of lemon liquor was had that night. Maybe I don't think drunk Kumo was thinking of that though. I think she just was like, wow, I'm in Japan. Eventually we made it home. And instead of going to sleep, we apparently watched Princess Mononoke. I remember the first 5 minutes of it, and then I think, I might have fallen asleep, and I woke up to, like, the god of the forest getting shot in the head, and, like, really creepy head, and then I fell asleep again. And then I woke up, and Ichi was like, it's time for bed, and the credits were rolling. I don't think I blacked out, but I was very confused. I was like, what, really, already? It's already over? Yeah. So then, I crawled into bed, literally from the floor to the floor. And waking up was probably one of the most horrible things, I think, ever. My head was literally spinning. So I went back to sleep for quite a while. And then woke up really nauseous. I was so nauseous. My head was still spinning, and I wanted to puke my guts everywhere. I did not. And I had a really bad headache. Like I said, this is probably the most drunk I've been in years. I don't think I can drink another alcoholic beverage at least for another few months. It was really bad. I don't think Ichi woke up until past like 4 p.m. I did have a plan to go out with a friend that day, so I texted them and told them I'd be a bit late, and then eventually got ready and I left the house. Very hesitantly. In the future, remember to avoid mixing your grains. Which grain? But I got like a coffee from the convenience. I'm kind of addicted to the konbini coffees. I really wish they had them here. They're really good. There's one called Mount Rainier and there's one called Boss Coffee, and they're both so good. Strong Zero and those lemon sours were probably within your tolerance, but they're different alcohols. I don't know. I had 6 lemon sours. I had a lot of lemon sours. Yeah, there was so the Boss is in a can, and then Mount Rainier is in like a little plastic cup, and you have to like puncture the straw into it. I really like Mount Rainier. They're really good. Yeah. But I sucked it up. And I went back out. And I met up with my friend. I know her from like conventions and VTuber merch and stuff. We went to Shibuya again. Actually, the only time I was there before this, I think I just got lost in the Shibuya station. So this was my actual time in Shibuya. It was a little bit fuzzy. I still might have been a little bit, you know. Ichi and I were joking that instead of the Shibuya meltdown, we did the Nakano meltdown. But I traveled to Shibuya and I went to Shibuya 109, which used to be the Gyaru capital of the world. Maybe it will be again soon. Possibly. Maybe. There was also apparently a JJK thing there that was a ticketed event, and Ichi was very upset that they did not get it. But I took a picture of it and sent it to her, and I think in her hungover state, she was probably just like, ugh. Yeah. Oh, Shibuya Crossing, by the way. Some people are saying that it was smaller than they expected, but it was kind of large. I didn't get to see the Hachiko, like the dog statue. I think that's at Shibuya Station. Because that area was super crowded, and so was the crossing, but the only thing I didn't like about the crossing is, like, literally everyone has their camera out. I had to put my mask up and hide my face because I was just like, I do not want to be on camera. I do not want to be on camera. Even when I take a photo of someone, I make sure all of the faces are blurred. But I've seen a lot of, like, streamers and, like, YouTubers that just, like, walk around the city and then just don't blur people's faces. So getting caught in, like, some other streamer's background always terrifies me. I do not like being recorded. I don't really... I'm very pretty, I promise. I'm breathtakingly beautiful, but I do not want my face put out there. It would be on my terms. Oh, you like the mole between my toes? It is a pretty good mole. I think the only part of my body that I'm like, I don't... There's like a birthmark above my butt. And it's just weird. It's not in the center. It's kind of off to the side. And it's shaped like a heart, but I've always been like, ugh. It's like a darker patch, so... You have one above your butt too? We're butt buddies! I do have some photos in here where my face is covered. But I went clothing shopping at Shibuya 109. They had really, really cool clothes from like all different styles, which was surprising because I kind of only expected JIK. This was one of the JIK stores. It was really cool. A cutie mark! Oh my god. I'm burning it. I'm burning that patch of skin off. This sweater, I took a picture of this sweater because I liked it a lot, but I wanted to like look at other stuff in the store first. And I did not come back for it. But I could not stop thinking about it for like the next 3 days, so I did stop by Shibuya again and I bought this sweater. It's just so cute. It's very gal and adorable. But I went to Mars, which used to be a very, very gyro brand, but is now very, very GRK. They sell some stuff, but it's mostly GRK fashion now. I ended up... Would you guys think I looked pretty in this? I ended up buying this. Like the whole outfit. Yeah. I bought the whole outfit. It's super cute. I bought the outfit and I bought 2 sweaters. I think I might wear it to Offkai. Just look like a Menhera. Everyone would be like, that one's the VTuber. Yeah. Haven't been able to wear it yet because when I got home, I got sick, so literally I wore it in the fitting room and then I haven't put it on since. So after buying cute clothes for like the first time in a long time, because fashion out there is actually good, we got really, really hungry, me and my friend, and we decided to try it to go to Harajuku's Takeshita Street, which is like kind of touristy now, but it used to be a very gyro spot. Good night, Milana! It was super crowded and there was not food that we wanted there, but then, near the end of the street, I saw it. There is. It's very, very touristy nowadays. There is a band that I really like. But they are also a hair salon. And they are also a concept cafe. And as we were looking for food, I just kind of saw it. And I was like, oh my god. It's the Candy Syrup Concept Cafe. So I went upstairs to go see if they were open. And they were! So I convinced my friend that we had to eat there. It's like a maid cafe, but it's also kind of not like a maid cafe. It's not like a maid cafe in the sense that a lot of the maid cafes in like Akiba are like run by basically like, you know, pimps. But this one wasn't. This one was just run by the girls in the band, and I think maybe the owner of the hair salon. It's a pseudo-maid cafe. It made me feel a lot less bad about eating there. I was like, okay, this is fine. But we had to climb up 5 flights of stairs. And also there weren't a lot of pictures allowed inside. But it was super cute. And the menu had rules and really cute drinks and had really cute music playing. And I liked that the menu said that all genders are welcome here. But if you wanted extra seating time, it would cost more for men and less for women and non-binary people. Which was a little gay coded. I will be honest. There was something about like all genders or something are allowed here, and that part at the end was like, by the way, if you're a man, you have to pay extra. Our server, she was so cute. She was like really short and probably younger than us. and she didn't speak a lot of English. So I had to like really try and use my English skills. I mean, Japanese skills. And eventually, we ended up talking about ASMR. And then she ended up asking about my channel. And then she kept teasing me afterwards. That was half cough, half panic. She kept using the Japanese word for celebrity, and I was like, please stop. Yeah. She followed my YouTube. I was like, please no. Please no. But I ordered an omurice, and she drew a little cat on it for me. Like halfway through our time, another server came to hang out with us too, but she also spoke like no English. So we were trying our best, and they were trying their best, and sometimes we'd open Google Translate to cheat a little bit. At the end, I asked my friend to close her eyes and cover her ears, and I asked our hostess to call me Onee-san, and I think I almost died. Like, I think she almost killed me. Later, my throat really started to hurt, and I realized I had an allergic reaction to the omurice that she had made me, so I guess her cuteness really did almost kill me. It was too much. My face was very red. But yeah, then she attempted to assassinate me. I'm joking, but I had a very bad allergic reaction to the omurice. I'm pretty sure it had garlic powder in it, and I am allergic to garlic. And usually I just take a Benadryl afterwards, but Benadryl is highly illegal in Japan. Yeah, it was really nice, and then I almost died. Yeah. It could have been something in the drink, but I'm pretty sure it was like garlic powder or something. Yeah. But she was so cute. I took a picture that's a checky, and I have a picture of it somewhere. Where I censored it. I think it's at the end of the night I took a picture of it. But she was so cute. Afterwards, hold on, let me cough. You're really happy that a maid at a maid cafe almost assassinated me? Thank you. Thanks. Anyways. I had to meet up with a coworker for dinner after that. So I said bye to my friend, and then we had like a very, very light dinner, me and my coworker, because my tummy hurt and my throat was starting to kill me. Because I was realizing I definitely had an allergic reaction. So we were just like, let's eat something like light, and then let's just walk to like UNL Park and look at the cherry blossoms. You could never be sad about a cute girl trying to kill me. Yeah. It's almost as good as a man trying to kill me. But when we got to Yuna Park, it was really, really dark out. Only if it's a really cute guy. I mean, is he big? I'm not picky. Is he bigger than me? When we got there, it was nighttime and it was still really, really pretty. There was like a Hanami festival going on. So there were a lot of people walking around and there were a bunch of stalls, but they were mostly packing up. These are all people that were like sitting and eating food from the stalls. What if it was Shimakaze? Okay, now we're talking. It was cool. It was like it was a real festival. Oh, I think you're getting your first picture of me from this set. This is a map of the park. there's me in front of the map. Thank you. Thank you. I've placed my sensors very, very carefully. But yeah. Some of these are kind of blurry, but it was really, really pretty. It was a little crowded too, but I really didn't mind. Yeah, it was really magical, Punkan. Even though all the stalls were packed up, there were a bunch of people that were just kind of like sitting and drinking. Just like on the park grounds. How was Google Maps in Japan? It was fine. It was fine, yeah. It worked perfectly, really. There were a few times when I was around tall buildings that it was kind of glitching out on me. I think it's just because the tall buildings mess with it. Oh, is this the RuneScape music? Sorry, my throat is killing me right now. It doesn't hurt, but it's just like really weird. Oh, it's not reliable in crowded areas. Maybe that's what it is. I had a really, 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 really fun time. There's this... hold on. There's this really nice part of the park that is right in front of like it's kind of far from the crowds, and there were a bunch of stalls that were already packed out. It's not here. It's definitely not here. Ah, so pretty. It was kind of next to like a temple. It was down the road to a temple, and there was this one portion of the park where it was completely silent. I think it's this way. Do you prefer Japanese transportation or driving in the US? I really love my car a lot. I really love my car a lot, but I prefer Japanese trains and stuff. I miss my German train system. I think the Japanese train system is honestly better than the one back home in Germany. But, yeah. If I could move to Japan, I'd give up my car in like a heartbeat. This was it! This was the spot! It was right next to a temple. And the sound of the trees blowing in the wind was so perfect. Like, I really, really wish I had brought my field recording mic that day because I wanted to record it for ASMR, and I was like, if I have the time, I'll return. And I just didn't have the time to return that trip. So I have to return to this spot at nighttime so that I can capture the sound of the trees here. It was perfect. The sound they made was it was really, really amazing. It's just like my anime. No, shut up. It was really good. Speaking as an ASMR artist, it was really, really nice. It sounded like the ocean. I also want to return and buy some omamori, of course. I'm kind of omamori obsessed at this point. But after that point, I kind of definitely was feeling the allergic reaction. My throat was closing up a little, and it was kind of a sharp pain whenever I swallowed. Oh, that's the temple. I couldn't go close to it, but I want to visit again. There's this really pretty house here. I think it was like a park building or something, because it's inside the park, so it was just really pretty. Yeah, wind ambience. It's definitely a thing. It's one of my favorites. Shimakaze! She's here for Hanami. Who's that loser? Who's that dork? I don't know who that is. Even though it was nighttime, they were all really, really pretty. That's your little sister? I see. But yeah, I was like, I'd like to go home now and rest. Oh, this next picture. It's me and the woman that tried to kill me. It's okay. She's. I forgive her. I forgive her for her attempted assassination attempt. She was just so cute. How could you not forgive her? I had a lot of trouble sleeping that night because of the pain. And no like pharmacies were open that late, so I slept for a little bit and then woke up extra early so I could visit a pharmacy. And I went to one, and they pointed me to another, and I finally found a Claritin, which it wasn't gonna have immediate effects, but I figured it would do because I did not have access to Benadryl. So I just have to basically face my allergic reaction raw. Claritin is for like seasonal allergies, and it does have like the stuff that helps with swelling and stuff. So I would at least be able to breathe. I was breathing, which was good. I was breathing painfully, but I was breathing. I was not going to let it ruin my trip. No, I was fine. I was just kind of in pain that night. Like I said, I didn't want it to ruin my trip, so I just kept going. Never give up. I am actually gonna give in to my current situation, and I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I have to pee. Always important to mention food allergies. That's not really a big thing in Japan. If you have allergies, you're not really catered to, I don't think. Like, not a lot of stuff warns you that it has peanuts in it. So you have to be extra, extra careful. Because it's not, like, written as, like, a warning or anything. You have to kind of research it. Okay, I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. For those of you that are here for the first time, I have a very small bladder, so I'll be back. I forgot to run an ad, didn't I? Oh well, that's fine. Hi, welcome back. I have an orange cream Coca-Cola Zero. Hopefully the bubbles help my throat. I don't know if that's actually gonna work, but we'll find out. Welcome back, Erikumer. This was the start of day 5. I had my Claritin and had stuff to do. It was really, really rainy that day. It kind of started to rain the other days, but no, it was really, really cold. A sparkling lemon tea. That sounds really nice. I could really go for some hot cocoa. Miss Lily Hopkins says cocoa. It's really cute. I like some hot chocolate though. But it was super rainy, and I doubt this song is from Animal Crossing. I really doubt it, but okay. This day I met up with my coworker for breakfast. Breakfast! It was really yummy. Really, really yummy. I ordered a rum coffee, but then I realized I had Claritin. I probably should not have had rum in my coffee with Claritin, and also my tummy was feeling sick, thinking of consuming more alcohol. So we swapped coffees, and I did not really like my coworker's coffee. Nana Kemia? I don't know. The plan was we were gonna hit an ear cleaning place later in the evening where we had a booking at the ear cleaning place. I think that's the right word. It feels weird to say out loud. So we had a while before then, so I visited Shibuya again, and I picked up that sweater I had been thinking about. This was a store that just had a bunch of, like, yare stuff. Oh yeah, there was also apparently a Drunken thing in Shibuya. 109. I took some photos of it, but I've never played one of those games, so my coworker said that these two looked like they were about to top the guy in the middle. They're like, oh, he's in for a long night. I only know one character, Junko. I like her. She's cool. There were some egg magazines in the window. I tried to get a good picture of them. They're like classic egg magazines. But with a lot of the time between then and the ear cleaning, I was like, I want to see another temple. I want to go to another temple so I can buy more omamori. Oh! Pikachu machine. There was like, so I had never heard of these before, but the vending machines in Japan will have like a color behind the drink to tell you if it's hot or if it's cold. And they will dispense hot drinks for you. So the entire time I was there, I was getting hot tea from vending machines. It was the coolest thing in the world. I was like, this would solve 80% of the times I was cold back home in Germany. If I could just get a hot drink from a vending machine, that would have... It's ingenious. Everything makes sense in Japan. We're all living in 2025, but Japan is living in 2052. It's so cool. You can just get a hot drink. It's... Home from work. Welcome home. Welcome home, Onee-san. It's very cool. And also, all of the Boss coffee machines at the time had Pikachu on them because they had a collaboration with the new Pokemon card game app. Cyberpunk canon IRL. I was telling my roommate, there's so many things that just make sense over there, but also their internet is perpetually in 1995. Oh, this train station! It reminded me of the train stations back home. I almost just dropped my local train station from my hometown. That would have been... Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Somewhere in Germany, there's a place that looks like this. But it was really cool. I really liked this building, so I took some photos of it. It is the local train line into Sorry, I had to cough again. It's the local train line that goes to Gotokuji Temple, which is also known as the Cat Temple. It was kind of very out of the way from everything else I was doing, but it was super worth it. These signs, they're like cat shaped, and they say like, please do not leave do not leave food for the cats or animals, as crows will come and they will be loud. That's what all of the signage said. Kitty, yes. It was really cool, and the like temple grounds were really big. I wish I took more landscape photos. Damn, these are all portrait photos. Big kitty. Many kitties. Many kitties. Ichi was telling me that apparently you buy a cat like statuette here, and then once you wish on it and your wish comes true, you have to bring it back here, and that's why there's so many of them here. I got my little sister one as a gift, so I will forcibly be taking her to Japan with me sometime in the future so she can return it to the temple. There were so many. I didn't get one for myself. I just got a I got an omamori. It's a luck omamori, and I put it on my phone. It was very rainy that day. I blurred a lot of my hair because it got a little frizzly in the rain. These are all fortunes that people had pulled, and then you tie it off. I had my fortune pulled too. It was pretty, I think it was pretty positive. This is the main shrine up here. And I prayed for good business. Good future business. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, there were also cherry blossoms here, and they were really pretty. Oh, I don't know if we were supposed to, but we lit incense in this thing. There were like matches and there were incense sticks, so we figured it was okay. And we lit incense and put it in there. I think it's probably okay. Oh, outside the temple? Outside the temple grounds, there was this street, and it's a Green Hill Zone, and I made a funny. I was like, oh, better go get the rings. And my coworker was like, what the hell are you talking about? I looked like a loser making a Sonic reference. I was like, we're on World 1. It went over their head. Oh! Okay. I know the like touristy thing to do is to take photos inside of the konbini. Listen, hear me out. I tuned into Lily Hop's stream while I was on the train back from the temple. And Lily asked me to take photos inside of a 7-Eleven. So you know what? You know what? Miss Lily Hopkins asked me to, and you should never say no to your little sister. So if you bully me, you're bullying Miss Lily Hopkins. Think about that. Think about that. Before you call me a nerd. I took a lot of photos for her because she was curious. Like, a lot of photos. But if you want to bully Lily, then you have to get through me. I won't allow it. Oh, the pork buns. The pork buns are so good. I think I had a pork bun every other day from 7-Eleven. When I got home and I saw a 7-Eleven gas station in California, I verbally yucked. I verbally yucked. It was... We could have it all. Hiding behind Lily. No, I protect her. You live in California? I'm confused. Yes. I moved here 10 years ago. I think 10 years ago. It might have been over 10 years now. I think I'm visiting home for the first time in like a decade this year. Okay. Those like acai looking berry things in the far right cabinet, you take those out and you put them in their auto like blender machine and it makes a smoothie for you. It's amazing. They're living in 2052. You just take it, buy it at the self-checkout and put it in the machine, and then it makes it for you, and you have a nice little fruit smoothie. It's really cool. It's super, super cool. I will say, I think I prefer American donuts. I don't think Japanese donuts can really stand up to American donuts. I was also kind of surprised that you can just buy beer and there's just like a question at the kiosk and it's like, are you allowed to do this? And you just answer yes. You don't have to have someone ask for your card and then scan it and then stare at you and be like, aren't you a little too short to be over the age of 21, miss? And then you have to like sweat nervously and be like, ma'am, I am in my mid to late 20s. What about German donuts? My favorite German donut place was the Dunkin' Donuts in Frankfurt whenever I visited Frankfurt, so I don't think... I don't think our donuts are as good as American donuts either. I've never had a Berliner donut. I brought all of my food to Berlin because I was afraid of eating Berlin food. I literally packed myself a lunch. Okay, maybe I did take a few too many photos, but you do what you have to when your little sister asks something of you. We went back into Tokyo. I think the ear cleaning place is like north of Akihabara, but there was this nice bush and I was like, hold on. Hold on, coworker, I need to be obnoxious and take a picture of this really nice bush. But yeah, then we went to the ear cleaning place. It was like really, really good. The ladies working there all wore like traditional kimono. I was taken to a room. Hear me out. Hear me out. I was taken to a room by a nice lady who looked really pretty. And they had really soft lullaby music on. And after chatting a little bit, and having tea, I got to lay my head on her lap. And she cleaned my ears with ear picks and a fluff stick. And she was really kind of quiet at first, but then she was a little more chatty when the ear cleaning was done. I don't think they were that dirty. Maybe a little dirty. Apparently, the lady that was doing my coworker's ears showed her, like, the gunk. And afterwards, they were like, did your lady show you your gunk? And I was like, no! She did not show me my gunk! Absolutely not! And they're like, oh, okay. Maybe that lady just liked showing her work. No, my lady was really nice, and she was quiet, and then a little chattier. And she also, like, massaged my ears. Which, I'm gonna try to fabricate that for the 3DO mic. There was one point when she was using the fluff stick. She used it like slightly damp, which I hadn't expected, and it felt really, really nice. It's like being chastised by the dentist. It was really, really nice. She didn't use oil or anything, she just used her hands. I definitely want to go again. I could have fallen asleep on that Onee-san's lap. It was so nice. We only paid for 30 minutes, but I think if I go again, I'm gonna pay for an hour. They also have this image. It's kind of hard to see, but there's a QR code because they had an ASMR on DL site that I haven't bought yet, but I'm gonna buy it because I want to see how close to the real experience it is. I feel like I'm like one of those martial artists in like the movie, and they like go away to like China to learn from the Shaolin monks, and then they return. And I feel like I've returned with some new skills from the ear cleaning massage lady. I've learned. I went to the homeland of ear cleaning, and I learned their ways. So you better be ready for the next ASMR. I'll share the link. I have to open it with my phone. Yeah, they had like extra time for like certain hours and yeah. I obviously didn't take any photos inside of the place because that would have been weird, but I took a picture outside. It was really, really nice. I think that was honestly another one of my favorite parts. I will go again, and I will learn more. Also, I know the name of the lady that did my ears, so I can ask for her. You just have to like pay a little extra, and you can ask for the same lady. I'm gonna be like, hey, it's me, I'm back. White woman jump scare. So, yeah. We got sushi afterwards, and that was nice. After that, I just headed back to Ichi's. Yummy. It was so good. You can get so much sushi for so cheap. You have to pay like 3 times the price over here. It was all so good. It was really yummy. Super cheap. That's like $12. But anyways, I said bye to my coworker, and then I headed back to Ichi's, and I took the wrong train. I took like an express train, and it took me like 2 stations further than I should have gone. And I just decided, fuck it, the rain stopped, so I had to walk home. So I got the Mount Rainier coffee, and I just started walking home, which was really nice. The entire time I was walking in Japan, like at night, I felt like really, really safe. I wasn't really worried about like, I don't know, if I walked around here at night, I'd be like looking over my shoulder, but it was really, really safe. And there were like people walking home from work, and students walking home from school, and yeah. Moms picking up their like kids from like daycares, and everyone was just walking home. Oh yeah! I found a Denny's on my walk home, which was kind of weird. I was like, what are you doing here? I wonder if their food tastes different. I'm pretty sure one of my friends said that their food does not taste different. It just tastes like normal Denny's food. I walked past the Denny's parking lot. I did not take any pictures of the Denny's parking lot. What's the air quality like compared to the States? It's way better than my apartment right now, which is covered in dog fur. And probably the reason why I'm coughing. I think, considering all of the fires and stuff that we just had, it's a little bit better. The first few days I was there, they had a bunch of sand in the air from China. And I wasn't super surprised by that. We used to have, there were a few years that we had like sand from the Sahara up in Germany, so I was just like, oh, yeah, I guess that would happen. But I think it's a little bit better than LA's air quality. I didn't actually check like what the levels were when I was there. Who's that? I don't know. I don't know who this woman is. Day 6! Give it up for day 6! Ow. Hold on. Dying. Hold on. I'm okay, I can make it through this. I'm okay. I'm okay. Did you stay in a hotel? No, I just crashed on Ichi's floor. I stayed at my best friend's house. On the 6th day, I was told that there was a Konkoi fan meetup in Saitama, which is like north of Tokyo. And I was determined to go and make friends. It was, like I said, a little north of Tokyo, so I had to wake up early to get there. Comfy floor? Kind of cold. I wore the tracksuit that I got, like the track jacket and track pants, over my pajamas a few days because it was kind of cold. I think Japanese houses have much more thinner walls, so a lot of the outside air gets in. But I traveled to Saitama and there was this building. And I love this building. Apparently, you can see it underneath the new taped places. Apparently, there used to be. Sorry. Apparently, there used to be a gender equality center and a multicultural coexistence office in Saitama, but now it is a civic cooperation office, which I thought was very funny. Gender equality is over. We've had enough of that. You guys can pack it up and leave. We're done with that. It's over. You can go home now. Nevadaya, thank you for the sub. They did their job and they left. But yeah, I got there and it was really cool. I've never been to like a fan meetup. I've been to really small conventions, but never something like this where it's just one thing. Equality achieved. No, they didn't achieve it. They're just tired. They've decided they've had enough. No more. Candy syrup's pricing suggests otherwise. Gender equality was more than achieved. I keep coughing. I'm sorry. I want to get through all of this stuff. Okay. Sorry, Big Bro. There's 4 more days. We're on day 6. But I think there was like no more than 200 attendees. It was called it was called Friendship Day. It was so cute. It was super, super cool. I've never seen that many Conclave fans in one place before. There were some really good cosplayers too. There was an Iowa, and I've followed her on social media for a while now. It was funny because she was like the only other white woman. She was like, what are you doing here? And I was like, oh, I'm just visiting. She was like, do you live in Tokyo? I was like, no. And she was like, oh, okay. Real white woman jump scare. These were done by some of the artists that had some of the circles that had booths there. This one was my favorite. This one is by Orisa. And there was a Tashkent cosplayer. She was so cute. I struggled to ask her if I could take a picture in Japanese. She knew what I was trying to ask, though. I bought like a lot of fan works. I think I bought more stuff from here than I bought from Melon Books. There was a Tashkent and an Iowa and an Atlanta and a Prince Eugen, of course, and a Kirishima and Janice. There were a few others, but I wasn't able to like really look at everyone. But yeah, I bought like a lot of stuff. Some by artists that I already followed and ordered from Melon Books in the past too. Like Blackberry and Orisa EX, as well as new artists that I befriended. I actually have been messaging one of them. We said that we would help each other learn more English and more Japanese. My first overseas friend. Good night, Miyama. They also had a really big whiteboard, and I can't really see her very well. I drew that Gambier Bay. That one right there. I took some photos while people were drawing. There was a little bit of an intermission after the event ended. So everyone went to go get like lunch and stuff before they had a secret after event. And I was like, I have time for lunch, and you know what else I have time for? I have time to visit a shrine. I'm a little obsessed with seeing shrines now, I think. Oh yeah, I got more fast food. I got like a fast food beef bowl. It was yummy. And McDonald's! There was a McDonald's? I was kind of addicted to these little lemon teas. It's like a winter mix lemon tea. But yeah. I traveled over to like a little shrine. And I visited it while everyone was taking their lunch breaks. It was really pretty. Hi, Lito! I really liked visiting the shrines. I wanted to get more stamps in my stamp book, but none of the temples I went to really had it except for the Sakura one. I think you kind of have to plan ahead. Oh, this one was really cool. I ended up praying at this one too. Had a weird little dragon fountain in front of it. The cherry blossoms are really pretty. And then I walked back. And I visited a music store. And I got something for Aya here. Oh, and I went to Anime, and they had some Blue Archive stuff. I didn't buy anything, but I saw Mutsuki, so I had to take a picture. And then I returned. And the board was all filled up. They actually filled 2 boards. I think this was my favorite drawing. Yeah, I want to collect them all. Not them all, but I'll try to collect as many as I can. There was a lot of works of the Russian girls. I was really, really happy. Friendship Days, you're kind of supposed to sell overseas ship girl merch. So most of the merch was of like the American girls and the European girls. It was really cool. Oh, also, yeah, there was a traditional toilet there. So, I had the real squatting experience, I guess. Yeah, anyways. I laughed so hard I coughed. Anyways, afterwards, there was a rock, paper, scissors competition for a bunch of donated items and shikishi boards by the artists and some of the posters. So even though I had to go later in the day for another thing I was doing with Ichi, I stayed a little extra. I made myself a little bit late because I really wanted that Tashkent poster. I did not win the Tashkent poster. I did win a little acrylic of one of the Italian ship girls, which was nice. It was really fun though. I didn't really mind not winning it. Everyone would play, they all play against the dude in the little army suit, the little navy suit. They'd all play against him, and then when there were 3 people left, they'd play against each other. Traditional toilet? Yeah, you know, like an old toilet. Like a old toilet. I don't know what they're called. I don't know. Old toilet. No, that wasn't the haunted temple. I will tell you when we get to the haunted temple. It's very spooky. I had a spooky experience there, so. Floor toilet. Afterwards, I basically had to sprint back to Tokyo so that I could meet up with Ichi for the EEO cafe, which is actually... Oh, hold on. Actually, the Umineko cafe. It was interesting. It was really cute. It was kind of like a permanent store that swaps out themed cafes every few months. So most of the decorations were hung up just for the event. It was really cool though. The food was... it was decent, but I might have also been very hungry after running back to Tokyo. Hot cocoa though was definitely just like hot cocoa packets and water. There were also banners, and they were signed by the thieves. I thought that was probably the coolest part. I think if this were like a Higurashi cafe, I probably would have wailed on the blind boxes. But I just got one. I really wanted Erica, but I ended up pulling Virgilia. you're big and strong. Ichi and I thought that this lady, what's her face? I don't remember her name. She has bigger boobs than this. She's always drawn with massive milkers, and why is her name not coming to me? It's like she has massive milkers, and I don't know why they didn't draw her with massive milkers in this one. She kind of just has like normal sized milkers. They're usually much larger than that. But yeah, I told Virgilia. They had to nerf her for the cafe. No. And we walked home. Oh, here's my loot. All of it is pretty much safe for work. There's one that's like kind of ecky, but it's safe for work. This is all the stuff I got from Friendship Day. I got a lot. I even bought a shikishi of Gangan. All of my Russian girls. They all look so cute. Tashken. Okay, Tashken looks really cute in Shimakaze's outfit, but I think Shimakaze looks cuter in Tashken's outfit. I have to be honest, I think Shimakaze looks cuter in this panel. I'm telling you, I love when Shimakaze wears layers. After that, oh, I think on the walk home, I took a picture by a sakura tree. And when Ichi was taking the picture, all like the wind hit and all of these petals like flew up in the air. That was really cool. You think I'd look cute in that outfit? New model outfit. New model outfit. So today was the day I was supposed to fly out and back home. But I did find out the day before that not only did one of the tickets to the Konkoi restaurant win, but both of the tickets to the Konkoi restaurant won. So I was planning to go twice. So I bit the bullet and I bought a third plane ticket so that I could stay longer. That's why it was expensive. My plane tickets weren't that expensive before, but then I bought a third plane ticket, and at that point it was kind of expensive. But since I was staying longer, I spent this day heading to Yokosuka because there was a shrine I told you guys about that I really, really wanted to hike to. So I woke up really early and took the train all the way from Shinjuku down to Yokosuka. That is the Tokyo like big train map. It is very intimidating at first, but then once you kind of learn it, you're like, oh, okay. The courageous decision to go to Yokosuka or to buy a third ticket. took a while to get there. But eventually, see those hills back there? Eventually I got there. And those hills are where I was gonna be hiking. At this station there was a really, really cute map. This is Tora and also another town next to it, which are both next to Yoka. It's a really cute map. I love it a lot. But yeah. I had to make my way through Tora and then to the trailhead. It's a little embarrassing, but the next few photos are all just of houses and stuff because the neighborhood was really cute. It was really cute, okay? Once I'm out of the parking lot. Hold on. I have to leave the parking lot. That's a sign saying what direction a plum grove was, and I was like, oh! I want to see the plum grove! Spoiler alert. The plum grove is not in season. Yeah, it's just a bunch of like residential houses that I thought were pretty. And the Boss Coffee with their Pokemon collaboration. I'm sure someone could scan that and actually get the Pokemon card off of it. It was really cold, so I got a hot Boss Coffee that day. It was a little bit of a walk to the trailhead, but honestly, it was a really cute neighborhood, so it was fine. Oh yeah! There was like little streams running alongside the street. It was really cute. This is, can you guess? Can you guess it? This is the plum grove. They were not in season at all. So, yeah. No plums. And a meerkat. Aww. I hope that your new job is treating you well. Plum grove. I had to walk underneath the train tracks. It was kind of cool. They're just right there. And some more streams. And some more people's houses. They were probably like, why is there a white woman outside taking pictures of our houses? Actually, I think there's a lady that was working in this garden when I took a photo of the house. It was very embarrassing because I took this photo and I looked over at her and she looked at me and I was like, oh no! She spotted me! But right next to that house was the beginning of the trailhead. There was like a warning about wild boars. So my coworker grabbed a really big stick, and that was gonna be our defense against the wild boars. But it was quite a bit of a hike that we had to start. It wasn't like horrible, but I really, really wanted to explore. We bumped into some guy who was like confused as to why there were white women in the woods. Apparently, he also got the idea to hike up there from YouTube, and he Nihongo Josu'd us and wished us luck on our way up to the shrine. And then went on his merry way, a little confused, but in chipper spirit. Imagine you're keeping an eye out for boars, and then suddenly, as you turn the corner, 2 white women are staring at you. White woman jump scare. It's almost worse than boars. If you were alone in the woods, and you had to choose one, woman or boar, The age-old question. Bored? we definitely got a little bit lost when I saw the shrine path and then decided, let's not go that way, let's go up the hill. But it was fun. It was fun and the trees sounded really nice. You can hunt the boar and eat it? What if he eats you? They can do that, you know. I think the hike took like, if we hadn't gone up the hill, probably like 30 minutes. There were like these little markers and they like showed where the trail like stopped and the forest started. The trees though, they sounded really nice. Your grandfather used to take you out to bounty hunt boar? For bounty? Like you'd like bring them back and people would pay you for their heads or something? You could hunt the white women, and they might even get excited by it. Definitely not me. Anyways. This like trail here, the picture kind of doesn't show it, but that is like a very steep fall. And it's on a really thin trail, and if I've like misstepped once, I would go tumbling down the hill and die. Powder hunting season. We eventually got like really far up in the hill and we were like, this doesn't actually lead anywhere. We should probably turn around and go back to the shrine. It would be really sad. You're right. I have to pee again, but I really want to show you this part, but I really should go pee. Should I go pee? It's probably more comfortable if I go pee. Okay. Sorry, I'll be right back. This is like one of my favorite parts of the trip though, so don't go anywhere. I'm back. Hello. Welcome back. I am really pee girl. Had a bit of a coughing fit while I was away from the mic. I'm okay though, I think. This was one of the things I was most looking forward to on my visit. Along the shrine path, eventually there was a really, really amazing view at the first torii gate. All the way in the distance, you can see the ocean and Yokusuka. I think that's Yokusuka. Yokusuka might actually be to the left, but that's the ocean for sure. It was super, super pretty. And that town, that little village down there, that's the one that I walked through to get here. It was really, really nice. It was a really good view. Kind of felt like something from Higurashi. It was really isolated up here. But behind me, when I'm standing here, is this. It's just a bunch of torii gates leading into the woods. It was really, really, really serene and almost liminal. It was super, super quiet except for the trees, which were like kind of not whistling. They're kind of whistling, but it was a bunch of like fir trees. So they were kind of like making this whoosh sort of noise. Lucifer, thank you! My friend read the torii gates, and the oldest ones were like from 1960, I think. They all have the date that they were established. There are a bunch of flowers up here that I thought were Japanese caria, but some of them kind of looked like cherry blossom shaped. You can see it right there. Apparently they can't cross-pollinate, so I'm not sure what this flower was. They were super, super whirling, rustling. Yeah, the trees are making all of those noises. All of those noises. You're spot on. It was really, really pretty. And the yellow flowers are my favorite, so I was kind of in love with them. That's what caria usually look like, so I was a little confused. But right up here was the shrine. I'm gonna play that portion of the video one more time. I think it's this one. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Here it is. Okay. This was the view. And then you walk through all of the torii gates to the shrine. That's like the shrine like boundary marker thing. It protects the land. And the maybe possibly caria. And that's the shrine. It was so pretty. It was really, really, really serene. It's a shrine to Inari, so a fox kami. can't really hear them here, but those trees were really loud. Yeah. But this shrine was definitely my favorite to visit. It was isolated and it was a little bit eerie. And when me and my coworker finished praying, there was a bump a few yards deep into the woods. Like right as we finished bowing and like stepped off of the away from the shrine, there was like a little rustle and a bump. Like maybe 6 to 8 yards into the woods. And we both looked at each other. I wasn't really scared, but like the hairs on my neck were standing. It was just really eerie. I know, I was like, maybe it's the Inari. It was really cool. I know that like haha streamer makes up thing that happened that didn't actually happen for I do not know how to tell you that this maybe it was a fucking boar, I don't know. There was a bump and it was larger than a dog bump and smaller than a human bump. It could have been a boar, but it was something. My coworker and I kind of laughed it off, and then we pulled fortunes out of this little box that was there. And we wrote the little prayers in a book that was there. And my prayer, since we didn't bring alcohol and we just left a kind of like a coffee for the Inari. Hopefully that's not bad for the Inari. I wrote and I prayed to the Inari that if they helped me return to Japan and for good luck, that I promised when I return, I would come straight here and I would bring a very expensive bottle of sake for them. Za is illegal there. These are all the fortunes, so you just like pull a wood block and then one of them is yours. I got a really good fortune. It was something about something good is coming, but you have to work towards it. And I have something in mind for what that is, so I was very happy with it. Twin Tail Kitsune! It's very fitting! Thank you for the follow! Yeah, this is my favorite shrine, I think. It was entirely worth the long trip to Yokosuka, and it was definitely one of my favorite parts. So I'm definitely going to return with good sake for the Inari. Maybe she wants some of that good old German beer. Maybe I'll bring some German beer for them. Yeah, I found money on that list. And then it was time to walk back down. On the way back down. That's such a pretty picture. On the way back down. Somewhere in the town. I have some pictures of a cat. They love the beer? Maybe I should bring them beer. It was a really fun hike too. It wasn't that hard once we just went on the shrine trailhead. And we returned our anti-boar stick. And then we started to walk back to the train. On the way there, we spotted this very, very cute kitty. He's definitely an old man kitty. He was just hanging out. He was cute. There was another shrine in the neighborhood that was an Inari shrine, and I didn't realize it at first, but when I looked on Google Maps after I got home, it wasn't like a hike or anything. It's literally just up those stairs. So I feel kind of bad about not visiting it. And I'll have to visit it next time. There was a cute flower store too. It was really cute. Oh, this is literally just like... I was very impressed because there are canals like this in California, but they're always just empty and filled with trash. So seeing one that was actually in use was kind of impressive to me. Oh, the cold drinks and the hot drinks. The hot drinks are on the bottom rail because they have the red under the orange red. They have the hot color behind them. But we took the train like 2 stops to Yokosuka Naval District. And immediately off of the train, there's like a big sign that says Mikasa Memorial Ship. And there's also Verney Park, which is not named after Hibiki, but actually some French guy. He's buried in the there's like a foreigners cemetery here, and he's buried there. But apparently he did like architecture for this district long time ago. And just right in the park, literally in this photo to the right, is one of the main battery cannons from the battleship Mutsu. Just right there. I didn't notice at first. I pointed at it and I was like, whoa, I have to go see that. And then my friend like pointed at it and was like, it's right there. And I like turned my head. I was like, whoa. She is very big. They're also like US and Japanese coastal defense, and I'm trying to remember the name of the new frigate class, but there were boats. There were new boats. But yeah, here's Mutsu's battery. It is very large. This is like a sign that has a 1/100th size Mutsu on it. Do you guys think you could fire me through the cannon? It was very windy that day. Oh yeah, there was a submarine too. I think I'm a little small for the cannon, to be honest. Don't load me in, please. I think all of these buildings are still in use, but they're kind of like in use by both the Japanese coastal defense and the US Navy. This map was really cool. It's a map of the Yokosuka Arsenal, which is like dated to 1865. It's everything is still kind of where it is. Like right here. Right here is where the train station is. And then if you go up here and over there, that's Verney Park. And all of the pictures of the like modern ships that I took, they're across the water. All of those like dry docks, those are all still there. It's just kind of wild. I thought that was really cool. Very, very tiny, yeah. Tiny girl for a tiny map. There they are. The dry docks. There were a lot of like themes, stores, and especially naval curry. My friend, my friend warned me that this is kind of Azur Lane territory, and I waved them off. They're a friend from the USS Island Museum, and I was like, no. Azur Lane? Nah. It's not gonna be Azur Lane territory. I was wrong. We walked down to Vita Street, which is kind of a weird blend of US culture because of the naval base that's been there for a while. There's a lot of restaurants and clubs and stuff that have US naval and US themed stores. There's a lot of like American restaurants with American food. Like the Trump burger. The Kamala Harris's mac and cheese burger. And the Obama burger. And the Biden burger. Wait, is it a sloppy Joe? Oh my god, it is. You're right. With peanut butter, apparently. Bush doesn't get a burger. He probably had a burger at some point. Oh, this place had curry. I think we ended up eating there. And I made it to the submarine store. I bought a box of curry, and I brought it home with me so that I could make it. But yeah, this was definitely Azur Lane territory. They were entirely correct, and it felt like I was an enemy. I was behind enemy lines. Everywhere I looked, it was Azur Lane. I kept trying not to yak. Oh, it'd be so cool to cook it on stream. Most ship girl, Azur Lane girl you've seen? I think that's Nagato. I don't know why she's so small though. She was such a big boat. I don't know why she's so small. But yeah, almost all of the stores here had Azur Lane stuff that was just on display. Especially at the Mikasa Memorial Shopping Mall. There was this one store that just had like a bunch of stuff for sale on the bottom floor, and then the top two floors were basically a museum. There was, however, Renso Ho-chan! There he is, hanging out on the sofa. My little dude, my little guy. And then immediately more Azur Lane stuff. He's just chilling in the VIP zone, you know? But yeah, it was cool. It was kind of like a part museum. And there was a lot of Azur Lane stuff in this store. None of it for sale. All of it just like a collaboration goods. It was basically a shrine. I was like, man, I wish I could have gotten a kure. Oh! After we went to the mall, we walked to the Mikasa Memorial Park. And this is America, actually. Past that blue line, you're officially on US territory. So, this is just a picture of America. That's the naval base. And then alongside it is the Mikasa Memorial Park. There were a lot of cherry blossoms and also some monuments and memorials and stuff here. This is a map of it. I love the maps. They're so lovely. I love maps. Maps are so cool. So America lands with Azur Lane, you're saying? Yes. That is exactly what I'm saying. I wasn't sure what this was on all of the like walking tour videos I watched, but my friend read the plaque for me, and apparently it is like an older ship from like only 1800s really. It's not the actual part of the ship, but it's like a recreation in a smaller scale. It was cool. Next to the park, like behind these cherry trees though, there's a Catholic church, and it's kind of the most Catholic, boring, like modernism sort of church that you could imagine. But the cherry blossom's really pretty. Like, really, really pretty. Even though there was an ugly, like, a modernist building behind it. Oh, this was, like, some sort of, like, I guess it was, like, a marching tune? I didn't really know what it was, and neither did my coworker, so... It was really cool to see, though. There she is. When we reached Mikasa, I was sad to realize that she was closed for the day. I had to come all the way down to Yokosuka, and I found out that she was closed on Mondays. Yeah. So I did not get to go on or inside of her. I still got to see her in person, and she was way larger than I expected. So I was just getting to see her was really cool. Next time I visit, I'm gonna make sure I visit on a day that she's open. She was really, really big. There were more, like, marching anthems, I guess? I don't know what this one was. But, yeah, it was really cool. This does not belong to her. This is one of the armor-piercing shells from the battleship Yamato, which was not something I expected to be there, but was really, really cool. Do you think Mikasa will be added to Kantai? Probably not, because she was made into a museum ship before World War II. Yeah. She was actually made into a museum before the war, I think. Yeah, there's the AP shell. This just talks about the battle at Port Arthur and the Japanese blockade against Port Arthur, and how basically Mikasa sunk a bunch of Russian ships. There's actually a cannon here that is assumed to have been on the warship, the armored She was called the Protected Cruiser. Was a class of ships pre-World War I, and one of the protected cruisers in the Russian fleet was named Tiana. And this cannon is believed to have been on Diana when she was at Port MacArthur and also during her stay at the Izo Shimoda harbor. So it was on the other side, on the enemy side during these battles, during the Russo-Japanese War. Apparently that cannon was recovered by Americans and gifted to the Mikasa Museum. It was really cool to see how big she was. She has all of these broadside cannons because I guess broadside attacks were still a thing? Her smokestacks were really cool. Yeah, it was really cool. I kept imagining all of these like broadside cannons going off. It would be really scary and probably really loud. And that's her main battery up top. It only has 2 cannon barrels. You may not be a huge fan of battleships, but rockets and fighter jets are cool. I may not be a big fan of rockets and fighter jets, but I am a pretty big fan of aircraft carriers, so we'll have to call it even. If you bring alcohol to the shrine, you'll probably be able to get on board. I think so. Or you can just check the schedule next time. This is her front. She's not in the water anymore. She's just cemented in. She was really, really pretty. I want to move out of the way so you can see the front part. Yeah. She was really, really beautiful. I don't really have much other words than that. I really like boats, guys. Just like as a machine, she's the work of art. I had to take pictures with her. This was me attempting to do like a landscape shot of her, but I couldn't get the whole boat in the picture. Oh, there was a fire brigade and water carrying train. I guess it was a replica, but this is like a fire brigade train that they would use in the area during emergencies. It was a replica of it, which is really cool. It was next to a bunch of cherry blossoms and also some commemorative laurel trees and a ginkgo tree. A very specific ginkgo tree. One that was grown from a cutting from a ginkgo tree that was gifted to England by Admiral Togo when he went to study abroad there. It was really, really cool. I really like these pictures. I couldn't get both the ship and the cherry blossom in focus because of the lighting, but I still like them a lot. I was not over the vending machines, okay? I basically got my 3rd hot drink of the day from a vending machine and was just like, wow, these things are magnificent. Yeah, I hope next time I visit Mikasa I can go inside of her. I will definitely check the schedule next time. I think I just forgot. I knew that she was closed on certain days. I just forgot what day it was. We basically had to run back before I missed our last train, so I took a lot of really pretty photos of the like the dry docks, but they are all very blurry. It was just very pretty, and you're gonna have to believe me. This is the shirt I bought from Yoka. Isn't it cute? It's so cute. Yozo! machines are so good. I was telling them, because they're like filled with hot drinks, this would solve every problem I've ever had back home. This would solve all of my issues back home. There's so many times I've just been out and like really, really freezing, but if I could just order a hot drink from a vending machine, yeah, next time I'll definitely be able to visit and go on top of, I will visit the museum for realsies this time. Afterwards, I think I did laundry, and then we stayed up and I broke into her Ghetto X Gojo Dojinshi collection, which is a lot more books than I expected. Like, I think there were 8 crates full of just one ship. Yeah. She had like 2 times as much Conclave Dojinshi that I had, but it was all just Ghetto and Gojo. I broke into the really nasty stuff, but I'm not allowed to talk about it on stream. She said she'd get cancelled, so I'm not allowed to talk about it. She was threatening me. See, she's holding me up to the shrine. I was honestly impressed. I didn't know that there was going to be that many boxes of it. The next day, it was April 1st, and I didn't realize. April 1st was really confusing for me, because I was a day ahead of everyone. So I didn't actually start seeing any April Fool's posts until May 2nd, which made everything way more believable than it should have been. Because I kept checking the date, and I was like, huh? What? Why? You like the picture of me being choked out, right? I see. No, I get it. I get it, okay. Little sadist, okay. It was very, very, very rainy from this plane off. The rest of my trip was super rainy. But April 1st was the day that I was gonna go to the Conclave restaurant, so nothing could ruin that. Oh wait, I forgot to mention. My nail broke. When I went to the cat shrine. When I was taking the train to the cat shrine, I got off the train and there was like this itchy tag on my inner shirt. And I went to pull it off, but it was not like ripping off. So I really, really, really yoinked it. And then I realized that it wasn't my tag that wasn't coming off. My nail had gotten caught up in some string. I guess some gore warning. I ripped my nail entirely off of the nail bed and the roots. So only the top layer of my skin was holding onto it. And I don't mean just my acrylic nail, I mean my nail. So I rip off, and hey, I got the tag though. I definitely got the tag. I rip off the tag and my nail, and I just start like gushing blood onto the train station, like onto the platform. And my coworker goes white-faced and just starts like freaking out. And I was in a lot of pain, but I just looked at him and I was like, ouch. I have to be honest, I think a man would have passed out and cried. I just put a band-aid on it. And it hurt a really lot, but I wasn't gonna let it ruin my trip. My nail actually, it's... Right now, it's half... It's gonna come off. It's gonna come off. I can't really... When I bend it, I don't really feel anything. But I used clippers to get most of it off. I think nails grow back after 6 months. If I just have a naked thumb, I'm gonna be... It'll regrow. It better regrow. It better fucking regrow. I wanted to see the cat shrine, so I wasn't a little bitch, and I just gritted through it and put a fucking band-aid on that shit. You did see a doctor, right? No. I just googled it and I was like, everyone was like, as long as there's no damage to the surrounding tissue, you're fine. My grippers! I'd rather it be one of my grippers! It's my thumbnail! Yeah, no, basically, it's fine. It'll just grow back. It was just really painful. But, I will say, do you remember that scene in Higurashi where they're getting their nails pulled off? It made them look like little babies. I was like, oh. They cried and moaned a lot about this, but honestly... honestly, I'm ready to see the shrine now. Yeah, I just need you to kiss it. Yeah, I'm so strong. Yeah, it'll probably fall off and then grow back, but... Anyways, okay, trigger warning over. Gore warning, I guess, is the correct words. Kiss the bloody thumb? Yeah. But... Yeah, that was like forever ago. I saw my hands in the other picture and I remembered. And also the train here, and I was like, oh yeah. I didn't tell you guys about that. So the next dozen of the week, I'm definitely gonna have a band-aid on. I don't want you guys to have to see that. It's kind of weird. I hope I heal quickly too. Because I want to get more. I want to get more acrylics. But, okay. It was April 1st, and I didn't know it was April Fool's, sort of, because it wasn't April Fool's for everyone yet. And the Conclave restaurant was that day. And that was the entire reason I extended my stay. So, I woke up early because there was a bomber girl. I thought it was gonna be like a pop-up shop, but apparently it's just like pop-up merch at this bookstore. So I went to that bookstore and I got some bomber girl merch. And also I saw the little green creature there. You know, the little green guy. My favorite little green guy. He was there. Oh, they had cutouts too of all the bomber girls that were having merch that day. And I was trying to take a selfie with Pine, but I was really failing. And some guy saw me failing and was like, would you like me to take your picture? So I got a picture with her. Digital figure? Yeah! Apparently they're like alarm clocks or something. You can also upload your own according to the little sign. So you could like put a VTuber model in there. He was just hanging out. They had this weird like cathode ray tube, which was strange, but also it turned them into a hologram rather than a 2D screen. So that was neat. Oh, she's in the one. I had really wanted Aqua to have merch, but she didn't. Aqua's my favorite. Oh! Okay. So, this was C2 Architecture's curry restaurant. That's the company that works with C2 Preparat, which is the Conclave developers, which is technically just one guy. But this is the company that does collabs IRL and with other companies. There were no photos allowed inside the store, but I did take this one outside of the store. I did not realize it, but there is... I don't know who that is. I think that's... I don't know who was up there in that window, but there was a cardboard cutout in the window. I think I'm not sure who it is. I'm gonna be honest. The photo's not good enough for me to tell. But anyways, I was not allowed to take photos inside. Compared to the EO cafe, this one was like a permanent location. It's been here for... I think it's been here for 5 years now. It's been here for a few years. As part of their announcement of the 39th curry event, they also announced that this would be the last time that they were going to hold it in this building. They had plans to like move to a new building, but that plan isn't really announced, nor have they really set it in stone yet. So this was probably the last one for a while. I think probably a year at least. So I had to go. I had to go. It was not an option. I bought a third plane ticket so I could leave later. And I could go to my curry experience. And it was amazing. It was amazing. The inside of the store was dressed up with paint. I think it was like Zooey and green. But they had posters and shelves of figures and signed merchandise from past collabs on the shelves and stuff. And the seats were set up like little bars. And there was a walkway on one side for the waitresses and the Kanmuzu actress, the ship girl actress. The restaurant usually has one of the ship girl actresses that perform at events and stuff. And she's kind of like the hostess for the day. She was in charge of events for the day, and she basically is like the main actress for the whole experience. And it was the repair ship Akashi, and she was so cute. She was super energy and bubbly and very adorable. But they served a 3-course meal. Like, they had an actual kitchen with actual chefs, and it wasn't just them making us pancakes and powdered hot cocoa. It was actual food. And you were allowed to order like multiple drinks and stuff, and you'd get like stickers and stuff. Of course you had to pay extra, but it was like all actual food and stuff. The kanji on the menu was kind of hard to read for like a non-native person, but the waitresses were really helpful when they were explaining what was what. So basically it started and Akashi came in and welcomed us all, and then we were handed we were allowed to choose like an acrylic stand of our choice from a basket, and then they served us like the first meal and the drinks that we chose to start with. We also got like a little menu that had all of the merchandise for sale, so we could look over it. But I had a ranger themed whiskey, and later I had a Johnston themed cocktail. And during my second visit, I had a virgin version of the Oyodo cocktail, which had a pepper in it. It was really cool. But the meal started with, I'm not really sure, it was like a very interesting like potato and leek, I think it had leek soup. If my coworker is here, they might be able to correct me on this, but I think there was a piece of salami in it. It was really good. It was some sort of meat. I had no idea what the first dish was. Nor could I understand what they were saying it was. But it was delicious. Reminded me of potato. It was served like cold though, which was interesting. It wasn't bad. It was really good actually. I kind of think I preferred it cold. I don't know what it was, but it was really, really yummy. And then I ordered, because the director of C2 had suggested it on Twitter, I ordered some bamboo shoots before the main curry dish arrived, and oh my god, they were delicious. They were like they were like cooked, and they had butter on them, and they had like Kobe beef on the side. I think bamboo shoots might be one of my new favorite like dishes. It was really, really good. It was very, very yummy. And then they served green curry, which was so, so amazing. It was like just spicy enough. And it had, I think it had chicken in it, but it was really good. I want to try to figure out how to make green curry because it was delicious. There were 2 desserts I ended up trying because I went twice. It was a little embarrassing. I made sure to tell the waitresses, and I learned how to say hazukashi, which was so I could tell them it was a little embarrassing. But they were all super friendly, and they're like, no, it's okay, you can come in as many times as someone brings you in. So I did get to go like directly twice in a row. I walked outside when they were done, and I walked back inside. But the first dessert was like this sakura cheesecake, and it was super, super delicious and cute. And I told Akashi that it was mecha kawaii, totally cute. And then she replied something along the lines of that it had to be really cute for one of the totally cutest admirals she's seen. And for the second time this trip, I was almost directly killed by a woman's words. My face went immediately red, and I hid my face in my hands. I was... I kind of melted for a moment. Good night, Dr. Macklin. Yeah, it was. That might have been the entire trip's highlight. The second dessert, I wanted to ask my coworker what it was, because they had it the first time. It was like an ice cream with caramelized chocolate on top of it. I think, I'm not sure. It might have been something else on top of it, but it was definitely something chocolatey, and it was really, really yummy. But the entire experience was so amazing and totally worth having to buy a new plane ticket. I do not care. It was amazing. I was like, I would be so heartbroken if I actually left the day before and didn't get to go to this. That would have been horrible. So I took a hit to my savings, and I made sure that I could go. But it was pretty funny being like the only 2 foreigners and also the only 2 girls at the restaurant. But the waitresses kind of spoiled us for it. Ichi asked me not to, but I chatted idly with some of the fellow Teitoku that we were sitting across from about how far in the event they were in, like how far along they were in event. and who their favorite kanmuzu were, and it made me really, really, really happy. I had a really good time. I went to bed like very happy, very content that night. It was my favorite experience in the entire trip. I wish I could have taken pictures inside, but it kind of almost makes it more magical that I couldn't. But, yeah. That was it for that day. Oh, all of the girls were wearing this sweater, and I saw one at the store, so I ended up buying it. I even learned how to do the... They like tied their... What are those called? Drawstrings? Strings? Hoodie strings? They like tied them a certain way, and I figured out how to do that. I'm pretty good at tying knots. One of my first jobs was as a sailing instructor. Oh, this is all of the merch that I got from the Curry Institute. All of the little squares on the right side are all stickers that that came with like extra stuff that I ordered. And yes, I bought like a bunch of Wahoo buttons. I wanted to make a Wahoo Ida bag. Tassels, that's the word. Like, I bought as many Wahoo buttons as they would allow. The next day, it was of course, again, very rainy. But Itzy and I decided, oh wait, no, I skipped a day. This day, it was of course also very rainy. But I decided I was going to travel up to Gunma because I wanted to see J18's offices. I'm sadly not allowed to show you guys any pictures from the office, but it was really, really cool. It was a little messy. Only boys worked there, so it was a little messy. The train took a while because it's pretty north of Tokyo. My thumb? Wait, was that a picture of my wounded thumb? Yeah, it's my wounded thumb. Yeah, that's my wound. The mountains are really pretty on the way up, though. But I think some of you know that on the side I work for Just. And they share the office with J18. So I did get to meet some coworkers that I hadn't met in person before, which was really cool. I also got to see some original pages from Shiwasu no Okina's work. It was really, really cool. Yeah, I'll upload this VOD. They were like original hand-drawn pages. And getting to see stuff like the halftone stickers on the pages was really, really cool. There were even thin sheets that were over them that had notes about where the censorship should be in the Japanese versions. That's Gunma-chan! That's the mascot for the Gunma prefecture. This is in front of the Gunma prefecture office building, I think. It's a big tower. Hi, it's going good. I'm going over pictures from my trip. The tower has like an observatory deck on the 32nd floor and a little like cafe. So I went all the way up to the 32nd floor. They have these big, big windows so you can see all around you. I thought the mountains looked really pretty. I took home the little mascot, like, keychain of Gunma. He's just so cute. Apparently there's, like, a Gunma anime, or an anime that takes place in Gunma that's coming out. And this was a poster for it inside of the building. And the building's on the poster, which is cute. The prefectural office is the only one that is very tall, so the view is great. Yeah! And the coffee was really good too. When I sat for coffee, I recognized the Onee River, and I happened to have my Conclave cards out, so... I took a picture of Tony with Tony! Since that's her namesake. She's named after that river. Fun fact, this is actually 2 photos that I edited together because I could not get her and the river in focus at the same time. So I just took 2 photos and edited them. I'm smart. Yeah, I worked very hard. Yeah. It didn't take that long. You can kind of notice because there's blur at the bottom of the window. That's where a lot of the edit was. Oh, this was like a children play area because there was a work area and you could just leave your kid in the children play area. This was a park. It is the Rakuhodo Park. And there's like a little shrine right there that I wanted to visit. And this was the one that felt a little bit spooky. Just a little bit spooky. So we decided to walk down there. I'm not sure if they already had a Hanami festival or if they were preparing for it, but the park was beginning to bloom and there were a bunch of like stalls and decorations set up. See? See? This like walk over here felt really, really pretty. It was very, very magical. You're smart to even research the origin of her namesake? I just happened to remember it. But yeah, this is really pretty. There was some trash up here that I ended up picking up, and I put in my bag, and I totally forgot that I had picked it up. When I got home, I was like, why is there garbage in my bag? This is one of the smaller shrines. Oh! This is a Sisi Odoshi, a bamboo fountain. I tried to get some audio of it, because I thought it would sound really, really good for ASMR. But there was a really busy road next to it, so it was difficult to get audio from it. Okay. Rewind. This shrine here felt very normal, very nice, very lovely. Then I walked through this parking lot to a bigger, like, temple shrine. This is the Meyabashi Toshogu shrine. And it was, for some reason, way more intimidating than all of the other shrines I had been to. There were some, like, old Daruman that were in a box that needed to be ritualistically burned. And I took a photo of them. And then a bunch of weird stuff started happening. Like, I dropped my phone a whole bunch, and I hurt my injured nail, and I started to be klutzy. So I decided to delete the photo of the Daruman. Yeah, so Daruman, like, if you fill in their eyes, you're only supposed to keep them for a certain amount of time. Otherwise, bad stuff starts to happen, and they need to be ritualistically burned. So I deleted the photo for safety, and then suddenly bad stuff stopped happening. It was very weird. And then when I finally went up to the shrine to pray, I could only really think of, like, apologizing to it? I don't know. The energy was weirdly oppressive. It was really cool, but also it was very scary, but beautiful. And apparently at this little shrine here, people bring their cars here to get cleansed. So maybe it was the aura of like a few car demons that were lurking about that I felt. I don't know. You can see like the little above my head, there's a little car like prayers. And they have like the car's license plate number and stuff. It's very serious. But I said bye to my coworker after that and I headed back to Tokyo. It's a really strange story, but it's one you often hear at Japanese shrines. Yeah, I'm scared of Darumon, so I wasn't gonna chance it. Demon cars! Well, demons in the cars. When I got back, there was this really pretty house with yellow flowers, so I had to take a picture of it. Okay, it really, really, really started to rain on the 3rd. But Ichi and I were like, fuck it. We haven't been to Ikebukuro yet, so we decided to go on this day. I went ahead and I went to the Pokemon Center and I found some gifts for some friends. And I met a very nice Australian girl. I was like, I know an Australian, her name's Vivi. But she was very nice and we chatted while we waited in the enormously long line. They had like an entire Pokemon floor at that mall, pretty much. It was cool. It was really wild. Hi, Ariko! There's like a sweet store, and a Pokemon Go store, and a Pokemon card store. Is this the biggest one? It was really, really cool. There was also a One Piece store, but I gave it a wide berth. And there were cute, like, clothing stores too. The fashion there is just so much better. Then we walked around Ikebukuro, and we went to a store and bought BL. Ichi was like, it's really, really quiet in the BL store, so do not be loud. And I was like, okay. And then it was really quiet for like 5 minutes, and then these super loud girls came in. And I guess everything... the store got loud after that. Like, really loud. But I found some golden convoy BL, so... I count it as a success. Oh, there was this weird, like, Irish-English bar just in one of the alleys. We went to the Ami Ami store, and there was a signed Shikishi from Ina. Did you feel like there were more or less sizes to choose from? I felt like there were less, but here's the catch. All of the stores that I wanted to buy clothing from, most of their clothing was free size. So it's supposed to fit all people. And on, like, shorter girls, it looks really baggy, which is the style. But if you're really tall or you're kind of wide, I think it also fits you. There were some stores I went to, and most of their clothing was small. But every once in a while, I would find something at those stores that would fit. I ended up buying, let's see. I think I bought 2 outfits. 2 outfits, 2 hoodies, and 2 sweaters. Yeah. They all fit really nice, I think. At least for my size. Oh! This is the hot chocolate I killed. At, anime. Ichigo said that she swore this was the best hot chocolate that she's ever had, and I did not believe her at first. But I kind of have to agree that this was probably like one of the most hot chocolates. It was really good, and they printed little anime characters on the top, which was kind of cool. But honestly, I did not care because the hot chocolate was just so good. It was also really hot. Before we left EK, I had told Ichi that I wanted to get an Ida bag for my Wahoo pins. So we searched like 3 stores until we finally found one that I liked. It was one of the most hot chocolates. There's my Ida bag! We had I got the Ida bag, and we had more cheap beef bowls before bed. But here's my Ida bag. I'm the proud owner of probably the only Wahoo Ida bag in the world. They make like ribbons and stuff that you can put around this part of the bag. But I didn't buy one because I kind of want to make my own and turn it into her scarf. So we'll say, shoot them sons of bitches. Wahoo! I love her. She's so cute. But we went to bed, and I packed my stuff. Now with a brand new yellow suitcase. When I first got here, I just had the pink one filled, and I put it inside the empty black one. But I needed to buy a 3rd suitcase. And I started to head for... Well, first I went to the Konbini one last time because I knew I was going to miss the Konbini. I knew I was gonna miss it. I got like a few last minute gifts there too. I also was getting a cough, so I got some like medicine and some cough drops and stuff. But I had 3 suitcases now instead of 1. So I took a taxi to Shinjuku Station instead of taking another train to Shinjuku Station. Because from there, I could just go straight to the airport. When the driver dropped me off, he was a little bit worried. He was like, those are very heavy bags. And I told him I'd be okay. I only had trouble with 1 set of stairs going through Shinjuku Station. I was doing all of the flights of stairs like individually with 1 bag at a time. And then this really nice lady asked if she could help me. And after I said that I would be fine, she insisted, and then I let her help me. She was really, really kind. And I got on the train and headed for the airport and felt really, really sad about leaving. Because I feel like there was just so much more to do, but I can't live on Ichi's floor forever. I can't live on her floor forever. As much as I wish I could. Also, by the way, of course it stopped raining when I leave. It rained for like 4 to 5 straight days, and then as I'm leaving, the blue sky comes out. It was a little mean. This is me before I got on the plane. And then I boarded and I was on my way home. Back to you. I have one other image here because it didn't add it where it was supposed to, but I had to edit like 3 photos together so that I could get a picture of Soya with Soya. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't raining on the day I had to leave because on the plane would have been a little bumpy, you know? But yeah, that was thing. It took me 5 hours to yap about it. Not including, well, including bathroom breaks. Yup. I had probably, no, definitely, I had the best vacation of my life. It was really, really nice. It was really, really nice. I missed you so much. I wish I could have streamed while I was there. Next time, maybe. The headphones aren't working, but I feel them. Next time I'll return to Mikasa when she's open. And I'll bring the kami at the Inari Shrine very nice liquor. I kind of... One of my coworkers at JAST said that it's nice to go and visit Japan, but they wouldn't want to live there. And I was like, yeah, that's probably how I will feel. But I kind of want to live there. I kind of really want to live there. A lot of stuff feels much more familiar, like home. Because back home, people on the street don't like interact with each other. They just kind of mind their own business. And that was pretty much how people over there acted. How does Ichi feel about it? Ichi likes it a lot. I told her to please wait for me. I said, please don't leave Japan. You have to wait for me to move there. The next time I visit, I definitely want to go to another Conclave event. Both a fan meetup and like an official one. And there's a lot of stuff I want to do. I want to go to different parts of Tokyo, and I want to go to different cities. I didn't go to the Sky Tree, and I didn't go and see the palace. And there's places I did go that I wanted to go to again. Comic-Con, of course. And I want to see if I can hang out with some of the friends I made. I also didn't get to dress up for Hanami, so... Honestly, I don't think people in Tokyo dress up for Hanami. I think that's something you do in Kyoto, so... maybe there. I also didn't do karaoke! Ichi went to a karaoke thing, and I was just so tired. I just went to bed. But I had a really, really, really amazing time. And I'm probably gonna cherish all of these memories, even the ones where I was in pain. for a very, very, very long time. But I missed you. Next time, I'll probably try to stream a little bit. As long as there's not weirdos doing pull-ups on sakura trees like a few weeks before I visit. Then I'll feel comfortable. It was, I think, one of the longest holidays I've taken in a while. I'm kind of a workaholic. I'll let you. I'll admit that to you. Just a little bit. But I never feel like I'm doing enough. But after I took that many days touching grass, I feel really invigorated. And in the last few days that I was there, all I could think about in like my spare time when I wasn't doing something was how excited I was to create stuff when I got home. So, I think it was really good. Like, healthy for me. To just, like, breathe. It's legit the longest holiday I've seen you take in my 3 years of service. I will be generous and I will say it is probably the longest holiday I've taken since I started working. So, game dev and VTuber. So, probably like a total of 8 or 7 years. I'm happy to be home, but I do definitely miss it. It makes me feel like one day I'd like to live there for a little longer. 10 days is not enough. I'd like to stay for a longer period of time. One where I can actually do my job while I'm over there. Because honestly, there's like so much that we can go out and do there. Was that the first time you visited? Yeah, it was. I'd never been before that. I'm gonna practice my Japanese speaking skills. I'm gonna try to befriend a lot more of my Japanese mutuals so that I can get better at it. At the language. Like I said, one of my favorite parts was all of my social media was in Japanese. So the parts I did understand, I was really excited about, and the parts I didn't understand were probably things that I would not have wanted to read. I was the first person who talked with you at CarrierCon. Aw, Green Void! Welcome in! I remember you! Welcome in! I'm not sure if you know, but when I was talking to you, one of like the chairman of the event came into the room while I was doing a meet and greet with you and was like, "Where's the board meeting?" And the staff was like, "The board meeting's in another room. We're using this room for the con." And he was like, "No, you're not. You need to leave." But I just ignored him. I was like, "Not my monkey, not my circus." And I just kept talking to you. I think he thought it was really disrespectful, which was a little funny. I feel like I have to cough like a bunch once I'm done with stream. I don't think I'm getting sick again. I think my throat is probably just affected by the air here. I did yap for 5 hours, so there's that. Shirney, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I'm gonna put out a schedule for this week, okay? I do need to warn you. Next week, I'm probably gonna be away for a few days for a family event. It's not something that I could really plan around because they kind of told me it was happening last minute. And it's kind of a sad thing. It's something that I already kind of grieved over, and suddenly there's like a final event for it. So, excuse me. I do have to go to that. You know most of those names that caught one? Oh, yeah, those are a lot of common Coomers. So there may be a few days next week that I have to go away, but I'm putting the schedule up either tonight or tomorrow, probably tomorrow. And I'm gonna play some Conclave, and I really want to draw. So, I'm excited to be back. I really, really, really missed you. I know you missed me too. You don't have to hide your feelings. You can say it. You can listen. You can type it in the chat. For now, I should probably rest my voice because it's starting to hurt. I'm happy I'm back with you. Hazikashi! I know what that means now! I love you too. Let's see who's online. Noko's online. Okay, we'll raid Noko. I missed your bunches. We'll do some ASMR this week. I don't think it'll be tomorrow, because I do have to rest my voice. But I'm very excited to try out some of the new stuff that I learned from the ear cleaning lady. I'll post those VOD on, not on the main YouTube channel, but on the secondary YouTube channel. Let me link it in chat in case you didn't know there's a secondary YouTube channel. It's this one. So I'll post the VOD there. Just in case you missed anything. Goodbye! I will see you tomorrow. Okay? Yeah, there's a second YouTube channel. Oh my god, my mod, everyone. It's okay, forgive him. He speaks Dutch. Good night, big bro. Good night, big sis. I love you.